Good afternoon. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Today is August 26th, 2020. Can we have a roll call, please?
On the first attendance roll call for August 26th, Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Harris,
Here.
Director Yee, Director Yee, Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Here, present.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
President London.
Here, and I would note that Director Yee is here. He just didn't quite have himself on mute at that moment. At this time,
Quorum is present.
thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. At this time, the Board of Education is going to recess into closed session where we will discuss labor matters, legal matters. That's what we'll discuss, labor matters and legal matters. We will return to this Zoom station at 5:30, and we are now officially in recess.
We're good to go.
You're on mute, Madam President.
Sounded really good. Good evening. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education, returning from recess from our August 26th, 2020 meeting. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
On the second attendance roll call, Student Director Ramos,
Present.
Student Director Powell,
Present.
Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes, present.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
and President London.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. As we start tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge that our country has witnessed yet another horrible incident of police brutality and racism in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And I just want to take a couple of moments and just a little silence for what's happened there, and particularly for Mr. Blake and the horrible situation that we continue to find ourselves in. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to our school board meeting and welcome to the new school year. This is our second meeting since school started. Yes, I believe it is. Anyway, we are continuing our practice of using the Zoom webinar to host our board meetings, and we are continuing to offer interpretation services via Zoom. I would like to ask everyone to temporarily lower your hands, however, so that we can see who is in need of interpretation. So if your hand is currently raised, please lower it. And thank you very much for that. And we are now going to turn it over to Miss Rebecca, who is going to talk about Spanish interpretation, I believe.
Yes, I am. Thank you. So first, for the English speakers, we're going to be interpreting into Spanish. So please, if you can just speak at a normal pace, try to not speed up too much so the quality of the interpretation is better. And I'm going to make the announcement in Spanish. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión tiene traducción a interpretación al español. Entonces, por favor, si ustedes ven en la parte de abajo de la pantalla hay una barrita y hay un icono de un mundo, de un globo terráqueo donde dice interpretation o interpretación. Apriete ahí y seleccione el idioma español, que va a estar en inglés. Dice Spanish, pero seleccionen el español. Y ahí van a poder escuchar la interpretación en el español. En caso de que el volumen del inglés estuviera muy alto, lo que sirve hacer es desconectarse del Zoom, volverse a conectar y volver a apretar el icono de interpretación y eso normalmente resuelve el problema. Y por favor, levanten la mano a través de levantar la mano en el Zoom para ver si hay algún participante en este momento que quiere interpretación. Si no hay nadie que levante la mano, no se va a ofrecer en esta sección de la reunión el servicio de interpretación al español. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. We will now ask Ms. Angel Ho if she could check for the need for Cantonese interpretation. Good evening. Ms. Angel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. 各位社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區嘅社區會議。假如你係需要中文翻譯嘅話，你會喺你哋嘅螢屏下邊咧，電腦螢屏下邊咧係見到一個地球形狀嘅符號㗎。咁你喺點擊呢個形狀之後咧，你就係可以選擇你嘅語言㗎。咁你係可以選擇今晚咧，我哋係會提供廣東話，咁你係可以選擇呢個中文㗎。咁你就會聽到我哋用中文為你翻譯㗎啦。多謝 ，thank you。
Thank you.
Madam President, there does not appear to be the need for interpretation at this time.
Okay, thank you for that, General Counsel. Our process tonight will be that at the beginning of each item, we will ask in Spanish and then Cantonese that those who need interpreting to raise their hand, and we've just reviewed how to do that. If no hands are raised at the beginning of an item for a particular language, then no interpretation will be provided for that item. If no interpretation has been requested for an item by 8 p.m., then we will send the interpreters home and we will not provide interpretation for the remainder of the evening. As a reminder, we will do our best to take precautions during this meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. If a member of the public says or shows something inappropriate, I will do my best to immediately have it addressed, but please know that doing so is not immediate as microphones and videos are controlled by our staff. Now, for the usual basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Some staff members are also present, and we also tonight are happy to see Ms. Golden with us, the chair of our Measure G Oversight Committee. She'll be back in a minute. Depending on the screen view, you might even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways to make public comment during the meeting. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking the raise your hand feature, usually at the bottom of your screen. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pushing *9, *9. Ms. Floyd, our staff person, will call each member of the public who has raised their hand by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of your phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. E-comments will also be available during the meeting. They're available right now. To make an e-comment, please go to ousd.org and scroll down to the Legislative Information Center upcoming events and live meeting video and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. To make public comment in Spanish or Cantonese, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, please state in Spanish or Cantonese that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for consecutive translation. Please say 1 sentence or a phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will of course be given extra time. Those are the introductory matters. I now will report out, this is item G, the reportable action taken in closed session. On labor matters, item C1, conference with labor negotiators, we received a report. On legal matters, item C2, number 090502, the board discussed this matter and gave direction. Same for the following items, item C3, 160645. We received and discussed that matter On item C4 200344, we approved a settlement in this matter. We also approved a settlement in item C5 20-1427. We approved a settlement in item C6 number 201429. Item C7 number 201430. Item C8 201431. Item C9 201603. Item C10 201638. We approved settlements in all those matters. That is it for item G. And we now review our oath of office, which is that we solemnly affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of a school board director to the best of our ability. And now that brings us to item I, special matters of the day. And now we will start with item I1, 19-2443. This is a report from the auditor for our Measure G Parcel Tax Oversight Committee for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. And I welcome Mr. Edelman, the auditor, and Miss Amy Golden, the chair of our Measure G committee. Thank you very much. And Miss Golden, I just want to start by acknowledging and saying to the community that we have several vacancies on the Measure G committee. We've been trying to fill them. I encourage you to join Amy Golden and her peers on the Measure G committee. Contact me if you need information on how to do that, but the information's up on our website. It's a great service to our community and a great way to learn about what we're up to and how the district works and how you can help us make it a better place to study. So with that, I will turn it over to you very much, and thank you very much.
All right, should I go first? Okay, well, good evening, commissioners. My name is Nathan Edelman with Eide Bailey. I am the independent external auditor. And on the topic of the Measure G Citizens Oversight Committee, I have met with them previously, and for the folks who sit on that committee, we've gone over this report in much more detail. So what I want to do is just put this up on the screen. Share that with you. This is the same thing that's in your packet. This is our audit report, the compliance audit report for Measure G for June 30, 2019. And I've actually pre-highlighted some certain keywords, the things that I want to go over, give you some context. So starting on page 2 and page 3 is our opinion on the district's compliance, and what it says, we have audited the district's compliance with the requirements described in Measure G. So I want to define the scope of the audit. What does it mean to do a compliance audit? And you can look at a compliance audit as a process of comprehensive reviews that focuses on an organization's commitment to a set of regulatory guidelines, which in this case, those guidelines are the requirements of how the district can spend the money that are outlined in Measure G. So in other words, is the district following the rules laid out in Measure G about how the funds can be spent? And if we look at our opinion, which is kind of the one sentence conclusion of the whole thing, in our opinion, the district complied with the compliance requirements that are described in Measure G. And that's an unmodified, that is a plain, vanilla, boring opinion. That that's what you want. That means that there is no modification calling out an audit finding or anything to be of concern. And we'll talk more about those details in a second. Then the next part on here is about internal control over compliance. I'll just point out what I've highlighted on page 3, which is we did not identify deficiencies in internal control over compliance. Again, that's a good thing. The rest of the verbiage in here is pretty straightforward, maybe not straightforward, but standard almost boilerplate that you'd see in many other similar reports. Moving into the details on page 5, the next The next few pages the next few pages actually describe the things that we've done to come to that conclusion. And there's really, it boils down to three things. Number one, obtain the listing of expenditures. What did the district spend the Measure G funds on? And then we have our, our findings follow each one. And there's no exceptions with respect to that, which means that the district has all of the Measure G dollars accounted for. They can give us the listing. We can tie that out to accounting records. And then that becomes the basis of which number two is formed, which is review the nature of the expenditures, and then also request source documents, the purpose of which is to ensure that those expenditures that are itemized out on number one are allowable, that they are permissible uses for, as permitted by the ballot language. This has some narratives in here that we'll talk about in a second, a little more detail when we go to the back pages. Okay, and then number three, examine supporting documents to validate the revenues that were received, which is, are the revenue side, is the money that's coming into Measure G separately recorded into the Measure G accounting records, as opposed to being commingled with the rest of the district? And the answer is yes. The revenue is being recorded into the Measure G accounting records. Page 8 doesn't show very much, and that's actually what you want. All you can see from here is that at the end of the day, the fund balance of this restricted Measure G is basically zero. The reason why that's what you want is because if the district were banking up, if this was a large number, if $20 million is coming in every year and you have $20 million of fund balance, then the question would be, well, why do you need Measure G? I'm sure as you all know, the needs for Measure G funding far exceeds the available funding. So all this is showing is that as of that June 30 cutoff period, Measure G did not have any extra cash that was banked out. Page 9 is a little more interesting. Page 9 is a little more relevant as well. It shows 20 million coming in, but it itemizes out based on the state of California defined object codes. What did the money get spent on? Where did it go? And you can see what I've highlighted. It's basically teacher salaries and then related employee benefits. The sum of those two is about 89% of the total Measure G spending. And then we come into page 10, the same $20 million, just looked at differently. It's looked at and it's grouped by programs as defined on the district's accounting software. So you can see it's class size reduction, covered elementary education, basic school support, but it's the same 20 million, just a different view. And then page 11, finally on page 11, and actually 11 all the way to the very end, 11 to 21 is probably the most useful, the most informative. This really does answer the question of where did all the money go? And I'll skip to the very last page just for 1 second. You'll see total expenditures. If you were to add up this column we have here, that's the same $20 million. The view here, the reason why it's a little more informative, it's itemized out per site and then the programs that are tagged with each of the sites. So as an example, you'll see Acorn Woodland, 39,000 for basic school support, 67,000 for class size reduction, 53,000 for covered elementary education, totaling 160,000 of that total $20 million. Same format for all of the sites. And the only thing I would point out, this site, academic innovation, this question came up with the oversight committee. What is that? That's not a school site. Academic innovation is it's a floating site, and it's music and school libraries. It's basically payroll expenditures of, I guess I'd say, FTE that are floating or that are allocated. So they're working at different sites, but they're not tagged to those sites. It may be that they spend a day here and a day there. So that is, I'll cut off the share. Well, that is, in a nutshell, that is the overview of of the Measure G 2019 audit. So I don't know if I'll, happy to take questions, or if Ms. Golden should give her presentation first.
Well, I think
whatever.
Ms. Golden's presentation is a separate item, but
Okay.
if you had anything, Ms. Golden, that you wanted to add in on the audit report, we'd be really thrilled to hear that right now.
Well, I would just want to point out that while the audit does show, for example, the site he just pointed to, that 67,000 was spent on class size reduction at that site, what we do not know is what the impact of that spending was. It's a compliance audit, as the auditor explained. It does not give us any insight into how it's impacting students. Our class is actually smaller. And I think that is something that we need more information on.
Great, thank you for that. Colleagues, let's go now to any questions that board members may have, and then we'll go to public comment. I cannot remember if this is an action item.
It is not.
Presentation. So does anybody have any comments or questions? Director Powell, you look like you might. Nope. I actually do have a question, and I don't know if you're the right person to answer this, Mr. Edelman, or if this needs to go to the staff. But in looking at the report, I'm curious how it's determined the amount of these funds that will go to each school site. Is it on a per pupil basis? Is it on some kind of Measure G was passed quite a while ago. I believe it was 2008. And so we did not at that point have the same kind of planning requirements that we've had in more recent parcel taxes. So I'm wondering if anyone knows how the funds get allocated to school sites.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best person to give you a complete answer on that. I know with respect to the other two parcel with G1 and Measure N, there's a formula that's actually calculated out, and it is based on a number of inputs, such as the number of pupils. I don't want to give you bad information for Measure G.
That's fine. The superintendent may know, or she may want to just come back to us with that. And just to clarify for the community, the way it works for Measure N and Measure G1 is each school site has to put together a plan, and the oversight committee evaluates the plan against a rubric specific to the identified needs of that parcel tax. But for this one, which was passed so long ago and is an in perpetuity parcel tax, we don't have those protections. But Superintendent, do you know the answer to my question?
I will provide that information to you in writing so I can get you the most accurate. I mean, I do know our board policy 3150. Obviously, we can either hold those funds central and allocate based on investments. We have chosen to allocate the funds directly to school sites. And so looking at the exact inputs, I'm happy to provide you the details of that.
Great, thank you. All right. Okay, if we could, are there other questions from board members? All right, Vice President Gonzalez, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thanks. Mr. Edelman, I didn't hear this in your presentation, but just to be clear, it sounds as though the uses of Measure G have been within voter intent. Were there any concerns there on your part?
No. If there were any concerns, or if we had, as we have had in the past with other things within Oakland Unified, if we had trouble receiving source documents to prove that the funds were spent the way that we think, then those would have been reported either as actual compliance findings if there were compliance issues, or as an internal control issue. Those internal control findings are more of the district's process needs to be fixed because it's, something isn't working. And with respect to Measure G, we have no such issue. So Measure G is actually is very clean.
Thank you. Let's go. If you wish to offer public comment on this item, Now would be the time to raise your hand by pushing the icon at the bottom of your screen or pressing *9 if you're calling in by phone. While we're having people raise their hands, we'll go to Director Hinton Hodge.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to almost piggyback on Ms. Golden's comment, and then the former chair of this committee always brought forward. I mean, it's the problem with you all you don't implement, you're not management, you're not employees on the committee. You really are looking at, after the fact kind of thing. And yet I think the evaluations kind of conversations or clarity around measurement that comes back to maybe us as a board it would be really critical. And that's coming from the staff. To Director London's, questions as well. This question around class size reduction is one where that's, real money, real resources that get controlled at the school site. And, you can fall on different sides of the argument of whether or not class size reduction changes the outcomes for young people or not. And so as we kind of look in, our pandemic world, learning loss world, the thought about how these resources are being measured. And in this case, we could say it's actually going to an adult. It's not going to a child. The music might be going, other things might be going, library might go directly to a kid and you can see it. But in class size reduction, that's actually going into a salary of an adult. And so I think that there has to be much more clarity around whether or not that actually makes a difference in the life of a child, and whether or not leadership on that site is utilizing that strategy and that tool in some kind of way to make the difference in the life of a child. So it's not, it's not the auditor, Director Gonzalez, are we using it the right way? Yes, we're probably pretty straightforward when it comes to that. But does it hit the mark of changing the outcomes of students? I think that that's a place where, again, it'd be nice to get more. So I guess that's to the superintendent as you bring back that information for Director London. But to think about what Ms. Golden kind of spoke to, the class size reduction piece in particular, where has that been impactful, if it has been or not? Thank you. Thanks for the service too, Ms. Golden.
Thank you. Do we have any, okay, Director Yee.
Thank you for the report. Measure G is a long-standing parcel text. I believe it came out in 90-something, 94, 96.
It was 2008, Director Yee.
It's 2008. Okay.
I remember campaigning for it.
Okay, so wasn't this parcel tax a renewal of an earlier one, which really, that's what I was thinking about, which was really promoting a belief about the importance of libraries and music and art, as well as class size reduction. So I don't recall whether or not, and maybe Miss Golden can inform me whether it actually had targets for impact on students. It seemed to me it was a matter of delivering services without a specified requirement to establish student impact or student performance goals. Do you offhand know about that? I could be very wrong about it.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
So there's no metric in Measure G about the impact, but certainly as a taxpayer, I would make the case that I would not want to approve a parcel tax that did not benefit students. And I am certain that most of the people who voted for this parcel tax had that in mind.
Right. The reason I raised that is because the role of parcel taxes and the kind of evaluation and assessment impacts that have been built into them are very much different than they were, 10 or 20 years ago, where we are looking at identifying actual systems like art in the schools, like music in the schools. So the goal was to make sure that those services were provided and were provided in some equitable way, not necessarily that kids would then have a better understanding of music. That was always assumed in the systems that the parcel taxes were built around. And this was just because I wasn't, I didn't recall about the 2008. That's why I wanted to find out from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we go to public comment now, please? Do we have any speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, I see one speaker, Asada Olabala.
Great, let's do 2 minutes for the speakers. And I also want to make sure that Mr. Mordecai has an opportunity to participate. I know he's had difficulty previously, and I want to make sure that he gets his opportunity to offer public comment tonight. Welcome, Ms. Olabala, and please begin when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Measure Z has a very important component which doesn't get enough attention. One of the purposes of Measure G is to attract and retain highly qualified teachers. And I don't know how we're doing with that, but I think it's an important element of the measure that needs to be validated and enforced, because that is an important element. Measure G, as spoken before by others, it only requires that you report that the money is spent for the purposes as intended. It doesn't identify that you have to identify the effectiveness or efficiency of what the money has been spent on. And that's a shortfall, because we need to know more than where the money, if the money went to the right places. We need to know if it was spent in an effective and efficient way. Lastly, it is an unfair practice, in my opinion, that we fund on too many occasions issues for the city of Oakland and for the OUSD based on partial taxes. The weight of education should not fall on one particular group of people. It should have an equitable component where we all get to share in the funding of educational needs. But too many projects that are put on the ballot are partial taxes or bonds that fall in, and I'm not a property owner, but fall on the lap of property owners. And that's not a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai, are you able to unmute yourself?
There we go.
Yay, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for Jody London for making sure I I get through this process. I think the first thing I have to say about this is the amount of money is $20 million, and unfortunately, the school board has bemoaned the fact that it's strapped with $6 million it has to pay back on the debt incurred by the state. But I do the math, and you're ahead 14 million every year. But that's, of course, if I was the school board, I wouldn't mention that, and of course you don't. So the issue there is, what are you doing with the 14 million? And that's one thing. Now, secondly, the whole thing about a parcel tax, and some people are starting to push back against it. Measure G is spent well, but within Measure G, the issue is how come the process. So I wouldn't argue. I think it's very professional and efficient the way the committee goes, but the committee really has insight, and the chair said maybe 3 words or 5 words, and you're not using the expertise of the public. The committee needs to have more influence on the structure of how it's spent. And you could make internally some adjustments. It's totally up to the administration how that money is spent, and also it's their responsibility. but they're reluctant to change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is a call-in speaker, area code 510, last three numbers are 738.
I feel like that could be Mr. Mordecai. Sometimes that
No.
number. No, it's someone else. Okay.
Maybe they changed their mind or something.
Can you call the next speaker, please?
That is our last speaker, I believe.
Are you sure? I'm looking at this. I'm seeing Myra Alvarado. Do you see her?
Oh, I see her now.
Thank you. Can we let Miss Alvarado address us, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayra Alvarado, fifth grade district teacher, and I'm just wondering, President London, earlier you mentioned that there are some vacancies on the committee, and I myself tried to figure out where to apply, just so that folks could know where to apply, and I wasn't able to find anything, so I'm wondering if you could let the public know. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for asking. So if you go to the district's website, there's a number of tabs across the top. There's one that says Board of Ed. If you click on the Board of Ed tab and you go down nearer to the bottom, there's one called Board, Commission, and Committee Applications. And if you click there, you will see that we have 3 vacancies on this committee right now. And you can apply. You just have to toggle back and forth. If anyone would like to do that, please feel free to contact me if you're having trouble navigating through, and I will help you. We really would like to see more people on this oversight committee. We also have a vacancy on our audit committee right now. Thank you for the question. Ms. Floyd, are there any more speakers?
I don't see any more hands raised, President London.
Great, thank you. This was a presentation item, so we're going to move on now to the next item, which is actually the report from the chair on this year. So Ms. Golden, thank you very much and welcome, and please proceed.
Madam President, if I may, just to do a quick interpretation check before we
thank
proceed,
you.
just in case. I'm sorry, Ms. Golden, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So yeah, if we could just take a second, have the interpreters see if there's anyone who would like translation, that would be great.
Buenas tardes. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación al español. Entonces, si hay alguien que quiera, que necesite que se le interprete al español, tenemos hasta abajo en su pantalla hay un símbolo de un mundo, de un globo terráqueo. Si aprieta ahí, se puede ir a donde dice español y ahí usted va a poder escuchar la interpretación. Sin embargo, necesitamos saber si hay alguien que la requiere. Y para eso, por favor, levante la mano en donde dice levantar la mano, y si no pueden, escriban algo en el chat para pedir que haya interpretación. Si no, no va a haber toda esta sección, no va a haber interpretación hasta el siguiente punto que se va a volver a ofrecer el servicio. Gracias.
Thank you. And if we could hear, go ahead, Ms.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你係需要中文翻譯嘅話，請你喺你嘅熒屏下邊右下邊，你係會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你按入去之後咧，你就係可以選擇你嘅語言㗎。咁今日咧，我哋係會提供廣東話翻譯，咁你係可以選擇呢一個 Chinese， 咁你就會聽到我哋講中文翻譯㗎啦。多謝你。Thank you, President London.
Thank you very much. Now we will.
No interpreting is needed for this item.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go back to Amy Golden. Thank you very much for your patience.
Of course. I am going to share my screen in a minute, but first I wanted to just give you an overview. I'm going to talk briefly about appointments. You've already mentioned that, but I would like to mention the impact that the lack of a full membership is having on the committee, the timing of this report, programmatic reporting, and the findings of our committee. So beginning with what you've already identified, Director London, we are short 3 people. And I believe that the Board of Education needs to do more to advertise those positions. We have had 2 meetings this year where we haven't been able to meet because of a lack of quorum. Currently, we only have the minimum of 4 people. And 4 people, all volunteers, you know, people get sick and then we can't meet, and that's impedes the ability of the committee to conduct business. It's also difficult for anyone who has to present. So just to highlight that. So I'm going to share my screen now. I'm only sharing the report itself, so it's nothing new. So here it is, and I just wanted to start out by highlighting some language from the resolution creating the Measure G Oversight Committee. Notably, the Measure G Oversight Committee is supposed to receive and review a report from the superintendent no later than December 31st of each year. This should include the independent audit. As the auditor can tell you, staff has not gotten the information to the auditor on time, certainly not in the last 2 years, and I believe it has gone on longer than that. That means the audit is not ready on time. That means our report is not ready on time. If our report could be completed by February 28th, that would be during the budgeting process. And I believe it could have a bigger impact if it were complete on time and the board and superintendent and staff were able to evaluate it while they are formulating the budget. As it is, reporting in August, we're already into the next budget cycle, and this is really old information at this point. So I would urge the Board of Education, and I would ask the superintendent to please get these numbers to the auditors on time so that we may complete our reporting on time as well. Moving on, I want to highlight this section here of the report of the resolution creating the Measure G Committee, which says that we are to receive from the superintendent the status of any projects of, or I think it should say, or descriptions of any programs funded from proceeds of the tax. So this is something that we do not receive, quite frankly. We have had no programmatic reporting. We have received general overviews of how the funds are spent from Dr. Aguilera, who has been very helpful, but this is not the kind of reporting that lets us know if these funds being spent on class size reduction, for example, are actually having an impact. And I believe that our committee exists to do more than just say what the auditor has said, which is that, you know, this money is being spent in specific buckets that are okay. I mean, what's the point of spending money if it's not being spent effectively, if it's not having an impact? And I don't just mean on kids. Class size reduction has an impact on teachers as well. So if all this money, if $4.5 million is being spent on class size reduction, but it's not having an impact, it should be spent on something else. So I think I would like to ask the Board of Education and also the superintendent to please staff our committee or assign to our committee staff that is responsible for reporting on these programs. It should not be incumbent on the chairperson of the committee or other members of the committee to reach out to staff to get this information. Staff knows how this money is being spent, and staff should come to the committee on a regular basis and report and provide data on the impact it's having. So that is a request I have. And then moving on, I just want to go. So I would like to highlight here for the board. So note, when we are talking about our findings, I would like to say that overall we find a lack of transparency and a lack of consistency in how Measure G funds are spent. And we find it unsatisfactory overall. Even if it's legal, we don't feel this is a wise and consistent use of taxpayer funds. For example, let's look at class size reduction. This is a hot button issue for the district. It was something teachers went on strike about not that long ago. Here we have 6.4 million spent in 2017-2018. That was reduced by nearly $2 million in 2018-2019. Why? Is class size reduction not important? Was it not effective? We don't know. We don't know this information. We don't know what impact it was having at 6.4 million. We don't know the impact it has at 4.5 million. Notably, the last time we had a report that included real data, a member of staff shared that Measure G funds reduced class size by about 0.6 students per classroom. The committee was very critical of spending so much money to have such a small impact. And since that time, the committee has not received any more specific data from staff. That was over 3 years ago. We have had no reporting on class size reduction in over 3 years. Regarding HR operations, I would like to highlight this category. This is a new category this year. The committee has no idea what these funds are being spent on. No idea. We've had no reporting. And regarding library, this is something that has remained more or less consistent from 2017-18 to 2018-19. But we know, the committee knows from reports by Sandra Aguilera and others, that OUSD dramatically altered the way libraries were funded during this time. We have no data from the district on how these funds were spent, how they affected library programs. And, so we just can't say. And I feel like, what is the point of having an oversight committee if we cannot provide this transparency to our board and to our community who we serve? And so I really urge the Board of Education and the superintendent to provide more consistent data to our committee and to allow us to provide this data to the community. And that is how I will conclude. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you for your report. I very much appreciate the sentiment in which it was delivered. Colleagues, well, first I do want to ask the superintendent if, there's quite a bit in here for staff and your folks. I'm wondering if there's anything you wanted to say at this time, Superintendent?
Thank you for the report. I'll take the feedback and we will work to make the improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, does anybody want to offer any comments right now or ask any questions? Vice President Gonzalez, let's go with 2 minutes, please, for board members.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Golden, for your service on the committee. And I just want to echo the need for us to have a better understanding of what we're getting for this money. So that's something that several of us have been wanting for a long time and have consistently been asking to understand where's the evidence that this money is getting us what we want, so that we can then make decisions about, okay, great, it's getting us what we want, let's keep investing in it. Or if it's not, then let's shift, and invest in something else that we think could get us better results. So just want to appreciate and second that. And just say that, I'm frustrated too that you guys are still not getting the staff support that you need. It was a concern when I was the representative, the board representative for Measure G. We have to do better to make sure that you guys are getting the documents you need. As for me, my newsletter this week will have a call for applications for your committee as well as the audit committee. And I know President London uses her newsletter for that as well. I know that some of my board colleagues also have newsletters, and encourage you guys to also include in your next one a call. And then we have our district newsletters as well. So hopefully Mr. Tafoya, Mr. Sasaki, we could include this in our next district-wide update newsletter. So thanks for your service. I know that it can be really frustrating. And I too would like that information on how do we know that these investments are serving our kids well. And I hope that we will get that soon.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have a quick question. Are the meetings being staffed or are they not being staffed?
Well, the way it has generally worked, Dr. Aguilera has come, but very consistently in the last year, and I want to thank her for that. But I will say that, you know, she would be the first to say that she doesn't have this kind of information. She just sort of can tell us, you know, sort of big picture how things are being done. She can't tell us like the impact on class size reduction. She's not telling us exactly how the library funds are being spent or how that switched when they changed the programming before the last fiscal year. So we don't have staff from the finance department regularly at the meetings, and we haven't for a couple of years.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I mean, these are taxpayer dollars. You know, this Measure N, Measure G1 is more than $60 million of taxpayer money, right? So, I mean, it is this board's responsibility to make sure that the questions that our committees are asking are being answered and being answered by the appropriate staff. That is the only method of accountability that our taxpayers have. So we can't be derelict in that duty. So Superintendent, I'm hopeful when you get back to me, we have at least a rough plan of how this committee is going to be staffed. From Measure N and Measure G1, again, I don't want them to be the exceptions to the rule, but they have been well staffed. So, you know, Measure G has been, because the expenditures are so loose and don't have the level of accountability that Measure G1 and G and N do, I think we do need to have staff and board there working together to make sure the committee's questions are answered, and anything that obviously looks out of order can be dealt with accordingly. But Ms. Golden, I appreciate you and what you're doing for the committee. We've heard similar frustrations before, but I'd like to see them resolved. But thank you for your service.
Thank you, Director Harris.
I also had a question, Director Torres.
Great. Oh, there you are. Couldn't see you on the screen. Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be that, well, not question, I guess comments. Ms. Golden, I hear the frustration in your voice. I would ask actually President London that this be put over so that the superintendent and whatever staff haven't done their job of getting the data could give us a plan to do so going forward. I think that people volunteering clearly got frustrated and quit, and that's why you have so many vacancies. I think that this can't just be wrapped up tonight, because this will be my 7th year of listening to this and somewhat feeling like no one's listening that really matters and that can get the answers. And so I don't want a private email telling me, oh, this is what happened this year, or this is what happened last year. I want it to be public, because we're asking people for a bond. And that's not lost on us, that this is a really tough year. We don't know who will show up for vote. I'm around nothing but people who work in national politics. They don't know who will show up to vote, which means it could be another 4 years with the same president in this country because of coronavirus and fears and all of the other stuff that's intentional for people of color, especially not to vote. So my concern is to say that it was less than 2 student reduction. The first thing that I started to hear from my nonprofits, and I'll say it as I've said it before, that the families being served in the Fruitvale with different immigration issues, housing issues, employment matters, their students, the families' children were not thriving because of class size. And then they got space in a nonprofit that only had 12 or 13 kids, and they began thriving in distance learning. Who would have thunk? But they began thriving in the small setting. So for all the millions and millions of dollars to not even have it go down 2 entire children is rather laughable. And so this whole presentation about if the money adds up and it's 0 and that's fine. But what is it for? I mean, honestly, it's missing the point. So I definitely want to hear, I would like this put over, and I would like the superintendent and staff to answer, because I don't think it's fair to people to continually do this year after year since 2008 that it's been around, and we haven't perfected it. I'm sorry. Why would anybody give us a bond? So pathetic.
Thank you. Director Torres, I just want to note that this is a presentation. It's not a voting item. So I will ask our parliamentarian if he can advise me on your request. But I see that other people want to I just saw a hand go up and then I lost it. Did someone else want to offer comment? Another board member here?
I'm in there.
Great, go ahead, please.
So I just have to say it gets a little triggering for me when board members disparage staff, and I mean I get the frustration around this stuff as well, but also even the idea of like not why would anyone give us a bond? I would like to take community wisdom around this. ABG did that to us. Jay did that to us a couple of years ago and said that we didn't deserve a bond. So just like be really careful about how we self-talk or bad talk our own selves. We can grow, we can get better. It isn't, yes, what are the tracking mechanisms? Can we do some investigation? Our problem is we sometimes operate out of crisis. I think this has been my theme this week, as opposed to doing more analysis around what it is that we do. So to Director Gonzalez's point as well, right? Like, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Do we further invest? Do we stop doing it? And so, but that's just going to really require on the board side to not be, cutting from the top. Because when you cut from the top, you lose staff, you lose capacity, you lose capacity of a RAD to do particular kind of work.
But we need teachers to not leave.
This is back to my colleagues. We need to look at site-based budgeting, because I might contend that is it a principle, but what's the quagmire between capturing data at a school site and then getting it out to a committee, getting it to a network superintendent, because they get to make these decisions about how they spend Measure G. And sometimes they're super competent decisions and sometimes they're not. And we tend to protect adults in this process. So to the superintendent, as you're being called out to bring more data, more information, I think it's going to be really important to know who's got the skill sets to drive this work at a site-based level and who doesn't, what is the needs that need to happen. And then Ms. Golden and others can kind of see this is the reality of our system, right? So again, thanks for the work, and I look forward for more accountability. But it's going to show up at the school site. So I hope we're going to be supporting that.
This system is also why teachers don't stay, and we have staff spending millions of hours to get more teachers in the district because of the class size. It's all relevant. That's what's crazy.
Thank you, Director Torres. Do we have any public speakers on this? Oh, Director Yee, and then we will try to see if there's any public speakers. If you do want to speak, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or on your phone or pushing the raise your hand button. Director Yee.
I apologize for jumping into the impact question ahead of time, Commissioner Golden, because I didn't know it was going to be coming up in this part. But frankly, I think the challenge that you're facing has been one, as everybody has said, for several years. I mean, it goes back to the original bond that preceded G1, I believe, or G. But I would suggest that the place to start is what are the actual parameters of Measure G itself and the oversight. And when I said what I did, it's extremely difficult to assess or evaluate the impact of a marginal rate on class size reduction, because class size reduction in 2008 was a large amount of money, of which this money in Measure G was a supplement to that, I believe. So, and similarly with art and with music and with library, the money has been, is a part of an overall allocation by the district. But I would suggest that the place to start is with the underlying legislation, because if the underlying legislation doesn't say impact on students as the accountability measure, then I think it's useful for us as a board to ask for that information. But the underlying request should be from the board and not as part of the audit function of the committee. And that's not discounting the fact that it's frustrating for you to be in that position if that's not actually what's being requested. But that's, I think, the balance between what Director Hodge said and Director Gonzalez and Director Torres said.
Thank you, Director Yee. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. So far, we have two. Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. Let me say this. I have had the opportunity to attend some committee meetings, and it's really a blessing that the OUSD community has so many talented individuals who have volunteered their time to work on issues in the school district. I've seen some very efficient and creditable individuals with the 7-Eleven committee, the Measure G, the LCAP, and I mean truly making pertinent contributions. What's needed is a little bit of more support from staff, and I'm sure staff has done some good things, but I've observed that staff could be a little bit more intent on giving them what they need. And the other thing, I can't remember what committee it was, but this committee makes recommendations to the council, and it was observed that none of their recommendations had ever been embraced by the board. And that's a little bit frustrating when you do your work and none of it gets any identification or recognition. So you do have an opportunity to embrace more what people are doing to help us in this community. I know I couldn't do it, but there's some very good people out here giving their free time. Let's support them a little bit more and pay attention to what they're saying because they are relevant in terms of understanding what's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai. Jim Mordecai. I think Mr. Mordecai needs to unmute himself, President London.
Mr. Mordecai? Can you push the unmute, the little microphone, please? Mr. Mordecai? Mr. Mordecai, I'm sorry, we really do want to hear from you. I'm not sure what to say. I know you're going to be frustrated, but we do need to move on in the meeting. Ms. Floyd, is there anyone else waiting to offer comments right now?
There are no other speakers, President London.
Okay. This is not a voting item, so but I did hear a lot of interest from the board in seeing some follow-up, Superintendent. So I'm wondering if we could schedule, and I also know that Ms. Grant Dawson, our new Chief Business Officer, is participating in the meeting this evening, and I'm sure she's taking these comments very seriously. So I'm wondering if we could find some time to get a report back on how we can better support this committee going forward. Can we schedule that for maybe the 9th or the 26th of September?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. And our new CBO, Chief Business Officer, Lisa Grant Dawson, will be running point and doing a deep analysis so that she can report back out. So definitely happy to do it.
Thank you. And I just want to say that this has been, for me, for all the years I've been on the board, an ongoing, concern that we have the right staff to support the board committees and our advisory committees. And so I'm sorry that it's taken this to get this level of attention, but I am glad that we have the attention now. And I believe that we have the right folks here to be able to do it. And I think we've had some good experience with other other parcel tax and bond oversight committees that we can draw on to replicate. So Ms. Golden, we very much appreciate your service and those of your colleagues, and hopefully we will have more people to join you soon. We want to make sure as we do these recruitments that we are reflecting the diversity of our city and of our school district. So it's really important that folks ask around. And I will say that I noticed yesterday in at least one of the newsletters from one of the schools in my area that there was an announcement in there about these vacancies. So I think principals are going to be helping us spread the word as well. Thank you.
Director London, in that case, I know that I've gotten at least 3 young African-American men to apply before Corona, and I don't know that they've received anything back. And I know when I was vice president, there was a bit of a critique of how I did it and, you know, what the system was. So, and Edgar and I had, Mr. Rickshaw and I had kind of started talking about a process that might be important to bring forward. What exactly is your selection process? Because some people sit in a vat, you know, in online a little bit waiting to hear back. And so I don't know who's making the judgment about who gets to be on these committees. What's the criterion? I had offered some a couple of years ago.
Okay, we'll follow up with that. Thank you. Let's move on now in the agenda. Thank you again, Ms. Golden. We're going to go now to item J, which is modifications to the agenda. Mr. Rakestraw, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. We have at least one modification to the agenda for tonight, and that is item P.-103, better known as agenda item 20-1662, which is the proposed adoption of the Board of Education's agenda items calendar for August through June of next year. It's being postponed at the request of the president of the board for consideration on September 9th.
Are there any other?
I also submitted, P34 and P35. I mean 45. The plan for Fremont, the plan for Brewer, in regard to the forgot what it's called. I don't have it up. I'll have to pull up.
For student achievement.
Yes, you got it. That one.
Do you want those held, or what is the purpose?
Pulled to ask questions about what's in those reports about the
Okay,
Fremont High School and.
Okay, we will take those up at the end of new business. Thank you.
Madam President, the process that I did was to get the questions out to staff beforehand, and appreciation for staff getting those answers back to me. And yet, I mean, I think if it, I don't want to pull anything necessarily as much as I want to talk a little. Could staff expound upon like the email response and how this is connected to like learning loss? Because, you know, this is a shift this year. These are
so this is something that, so when we get to the consent agenda, what I'm hearing, Director Hinton-Hodge, is that you have some questions you'd like to ask.
Yeah, I already kind of asked them, and so I feel like, can staff go a little bit deeper, right? You know, I can be specific to my school, you know, but I think overall, for me, the question is, I'm sorry,
you're not
I'm
asking
talking now. When we get there, I'll bring it up, but I'm not necessarily trying to pull anything.
Okay.
I do want greater explanation.
Thank you. Are there any other modifications to the agenda at this time? Okay, we will move on. We're now going to go to the report of the student board members. Before we do that, I want to check with our interpreters. If our interpreters could make their announcements again, please.
Buenas tardes, este es un recordatorio para decirles que tenemos servicio de interpretación al español, así que si por favor alguien de ustedes necesita que se le interprete, se le traduzca esta reunión al español, por favor váyanse a donde dice abajo, la barrita de abajo del Zoom, hay un icono de un mundo y dice Interpretation, interpretación, ahí aprieten y vayan a donde dice Spanish, que quiere decir español, y ahí van a poder escuchar la reunión en español. Sin embargo, solamente se va a hacer este servicio si alguien levanta la mano, o sea, nos dicen que están requiriendo el servicio. Si no pueden, por alguna razón, levantar la mano, escríbanlo en el chat. Simplemente escriban, quiero traducción al español. Y con muchísimo gusto le damos el servicio. Gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Ho?
各位聽眾，你哋好。呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要中文翻譯嘅話，請你去你嘅電腦螢屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊呢個符號之後咧，你可以入去咧係選擇你嘅語言㗎。今晚咧，我哋係會提供廣東話翻譯。如果你選擇中文嘅話，你就可以聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。Thank you, President London.
Thank you. We're going to go now to item K, which is the report from our student board members. Director Ramos was not feeling well, and so she needed to sign off. Director Powell, you're going to carry the torch. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, superintendent, students, parents, and community. We would like to start by acknowledging the difficult conditions in which we are living right now. With recent heat waves, lightning, and thunderstorms that created hundreds of fires all over California, we've been experiencing major fires since 2017, and hope to see families be careful when outdoors. The numerous fires burning are making the air smoky and hard to breathe, especially for people with respiratory problems. Many of our families were also affected by the power outages that took off electricity for many during distance learning. And of course, the record-breaking heat waves, which can affect a student's physical and emotional ability to complete work. We are sending sympathy with so much care for those who are affected in hopes that folks are staying safe and healthy. Please limit your time outdoors when the air quality is unhealthy. The first 2 weeks of school have flown by super quickly with all of the things that are going on in the world. Many students feel stressed, emotionally drained, but some are also very excited to start the year. We are the first class in history to go through this, so we advise to check in on students and their families. Many of our newcomer students from Skyline on the first day of school felt as if they are not contacted by their school and were confused. It is important for all of our OUSD students to feel welcomed and supported. This week, many of our students have got their very own laptops and hotspots, and there are still many more students and families that need these technology resources. Thank you to all the staff and community members who are handing out these devices that change a student's education experience. Please contact your school if you do not have access to a computer or hotspot. The All City Council Student Union has also kicked off the school year with a strong start. We are exploring a partnership with our Health and Wellness Department about the COVID-19 impacts on young people. We also know this is going to be a huge election year, so we will be rolling out our civic engagement plan real soon. Due to the reformation of our school year, we are getting our year started with reimagining new and creative ways for ACC to stay engaged and connected with students from all of our schools. We are working on finalizing our calendar for the year and will be sure to share it far and wide so we can continue to center the student voice and all that is shifting in our schools and education here in Oakland. It's hard to see the community adjust to some of the changes, like having to wear a mask, social distancing, online work/school, but with some resiliency, we see our community holding up stronger than ever, fighting through what the world is going through. We want to remind everyone that we are here for one another and we will prosper this school year. We also would like to announce that we have one All City Council Student Union Governing Board vacant position, LCAP Student Budget Director. We would like to invite our peers to check out the position. If you are interested, please contact one of us for more information. For flyers, more information on any of the announcements above, please contact All City Council Student Union via Instagram at All City Council OUSD or email at jessica.ramos@ousd.org and samantha.powell@ousd.org. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Torres. I didn't realize I was on mute. And 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, you were muted. Thank you, Student Director Powell, for the presentation and for covering a lot of topics. And there's just so many things to be concerned about, biggest one being in November. I wanted to ask if there's a way for you to have a follow-up, unless you have new information about the students that were unable to be engaged that are, I think you said the newcomers, correct?
Correct.
Is that because you were going kind of fast? Was that what you said, newcomers?
Yes.
Director Powell, do you know if the students have already started school now that we're in week 3 and they were able to get on track?
I believe that is data that Director Ramos is able to collect.
Okay.
He is attending Skyline.
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be helpful to have some follow-up, or she could even email if she has that. I know she had to leave, but I definitely have been hearing from people out in the public, and the radio shows want to know what did we do different and why didn't we meet the families where they are, in the sense of the newcomers and the English-speaking families, and so they kind of disappeared. Well, we disappeared, I guess, ghosted them a little. But anyway, if she could get me that would be helpful, just to know that people are now on track and how we can avoid that fiasco next time. Thank you. Did you say something?
She said she would follow up.
Thank you.
Did anybody else have any questions for the student directors? We take public comment on this as a body at the end. So go ahead, Director Ng, if you had a specific question right now, go ahead, please.
No, just general. So we're not doing board comments right now? Oh, you're saying public?
We are doing board comments, but public comment comes later.
Got it. Okay, thank you. No, I just really appreciate Director Powell, your comments. It was really striking. I love that you just talked both about some of just some of the pain and opportunity, both optimism and some of the challenges that students are experiencing. And I just encourage you to continue to lift up in this time where we are continuing to be distanced. I feel like it's more important than ever to continue to hear direct feedback from students and student voice. And so the role of all city council even more so is so important in lifting up and elevating just issues and experiencing that our students are facing and real experiences on a day-to-day basis. So just encourage you to continue to use your student director report as that opportunity to lift up the experiences that students are facing district-wide during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ng. Director Yi.
Hi, thank you so much. As I understand it, you're at Skyline High School. Is that true?
Oakland High School.
Oakland High School, okay. I'm curious because high school is as much of the informal time, the engagement with friends, the extracurricular activities, as well as the academic part. And I'm curious as to how students are feeling about or if there are ways to do the extracurricular activities and the extended day processes, especially in the after school programs. Are they gearing up, or have you been in contact with them? Are they part of what students at Oakland High are experiencing?
I know most definitely at each school sites it's different, especially with the learning styles. And so with Ojai, I'm not really familiar, or I'm not sure. I can get back to you about that because I know with Ojai, a lot of the students are feeling like classes are going smooth and easy. And that's from my understanding of being at Oakland High.
Right. So the part that would be helpful is later on in the in our meeting today on the agenda, there'll be a lot of contracts out with ACES money for after school providers. And I think at Oakland High is probably EBASI or another group. And it would be helpful for us to be able to hear from students whether those after school programs are reaching out to students in any meaningful way, that the students like at Oakland High, are being connected to those after school programs. I would be interested in if you could help me get that information.
I will be sure to go back to you with that information.
Thank you. And we can wait till next board meeting, or you can email me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else? I would just note, Director Powell, that the League of Women Voters usually hosts candidate forums in these elections. And so hopefully you all it looks like you might even be in contact with them around this. Good, because those candidate forums are really important. And the Smart Voter Guide that the League produces is also really a helpful tool. And then I have spoken previously with the superintendent and with the principal at Oakland Tech about having the government teachers encourage students to get involved with the many, many campaigns that are going on right now. So hope that will happen. Director Hinton Hodge.
You read my mind. It was actually on that same, if the student directors, I mean, this could just, I don't know if you guys actually keep a pretty good website or even just a memo from you guys. I would love to hear a little bit more about your civic work that you're doing, because there's the youth vote that's on the ballot. And so your predecessors were like huge. And I know you probably were a part of that organizing effort as well to get it on the ballot for November. So just I have to like talk to you actually more in code and later offline. But to the extent that, I feel like you all have been activating for a while now. And because we are moving into election season, I think that there's some really concrete areas of, frankly, support that are needed, just actually that greatly impact the school district. And then also want to make sure that we're clear about how to support the youth vote component. I mean, I think there's no-brainer ways we can think about it, but if you all have any strategy or, I don't know, Zoom meetings or any kind of conversations you want to have out in the public, I feel like we could possibly partner together around that work as well. So yeah, thank you so much for your work. And I think the last thing I would say, just to throw out, like the thing that I'm always a stickler about, and you guys only get to be worried with me for the next 4 months, is really disaggregating data. So I think as you are building, you're talking to constituencies and talking to students and that kind of stuff. I think for me, it's really important to know what is happening with Cambodian students. What is happening with students who, are English language learners and only speak, French? How is it that we are actually kind of getting to this when we talk about equity all the time, how do we really get to some of the students that, are just have different needs, differently abled, what have you, and how can we get there? So as you talk to your groups, it would be great to kind of disaggregate data. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move on now in the agenda. The next item is item L. This is the president's report. And I actually tonight have a presentation. So if we can ask the staff to pull up the deck, that would be great. I want to use, typically in the fall, we get an overview of where we are with our major construction projects. And so tonight, I'm going to do the first, what I hope will be the first of a couple of different updates. Tonight, we're going to focus on the large projects that we have had going on, particularly the center, which is our new central kitchen, the rehab of Fremont High School, Glenview Elementary, and Madison Park Elementary. If we could go to the next slide, please. So these 4 projects that I just named are $300 million that have been funded through Measure J, which was our 2012 facilities bond, and Measure B, which was our 2006 facilities bond, as well as developer fees, Fund 25. Everyone always wants to know, are the developers paying their fair share? Well, they are, and we're using those funds. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I just want to also remind everyone that we have a local business utilization policy in the district. And so all of these projects are being done with at least 50% of the work going to local, and in many cases, small local businesses, and that it's all of the different phases of the work. There's a lot to a construction project, in addition to the folks that you see out there in the hard hats moving the heavy equipment around. And we also work in our bond program to create incentives for the folks we're working with to hire local apprentices. So we really want to make sure that the money that the property owners, Ms. Olabala was right, it does, these bonds do come from property owners, are spent locally and create jobs here in our community. If we could go on to the next slide, please. And I also want to highlight that Oakland has really been a leader in California in green school construction. I don't think this gets talked about enough. And those of you who know me know this is one of my favorite topics, but we are one of the star members of the Collaborative for High Performance Schools, CHIPS. They have guidelines that are equivalent to, some of you may have heard of the LEED green buildings. This is like a LEED standard for schools. So we're using energy, you know, we're being very mindful as we design the schools about how to place the building on the site. If we're building a new building, what materials to use, what the lighting looks like, the heating, and we are making sure that we're installing bike racks and bike lockers at every single school, and we're using ways to capture rain water and lots of other features. So it's a pretty cool program. If we can go to the next slide, please. So next I'm going to focus in on the center, which is our new educational center. I rode by there on my bike recently. It's right there at 29th and West in West Oakland. This is an aerial view of it. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't tell if it's an actual photo or, you know, it's still the design thing. If we can go to the next slide. The center is done and people are there. And when we are done with, and we're able to have students back in our schools, we'll actually be able to implement the full program. But I believe they're preparing meals there right now. We now have a 40,000 square foot central kitchen where we're going to be able to prep the ingredients and send them to school sites, and where they'll be prepared and served hot to kids on, you know, actual trays, and you'll dine at school. So there's a lot of facilities there. I'm not going to read this to you, but one of the other things that's very exciting about this project is that we have space in the future for a garden and a farm, which is going to be really cool when that happens. If we could go to the next slide, please. And here we have some pictures from the center. I haven't been in it yet, so this is really nice. But you can see the office area, the steam kettles. Next slide, please. The lobby. There's 2 general ed classrooms. And actually another time over the summer when I went by there on my bike, I was able to ride right up and look inside the classrooms, and they give right out onto the open space in the farm. So it's really nice. And if we could go to the next slide, I think there's one more slide of pictures. Yes, and this is, here you can see the warehouse on the right and the production area. Mr. Nakagawa, I thought we were going to have the picture of the ovens that are so big that you walk right in, but those didn't make it in. So we'll have to have those another time. So that's the center. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now we're going to look at Fremont High School. Those of us who've been on the board a while know that there's been a need for many, many years to do some rehabbing at Fremont and give that school a regulation size football field. And that's what is happening at 46th and Foothill. And if we could go to the next slide, please. So here's a picture. You can see off on the right is where the football field is going. You can see there's a new entry to the school. Here's our new 2-story, 12 classroom building. There's been renovations of some of the existing buildings. And the gym, which we're going to see a picture of in a minute, is going to be open to all students with a health clinic and a wellness center there as well. So let's look at the pictures, please. Next slide. So here's the bleachers. The number of times that we heard complaints from the Fremont community about people not being able to watch the game, that's solved now. If we can go to the next slide, please. And then here is what's going to become the gym. So we'll get more on that to come. Let's go to the next project, Glenview. This is a beautiful project also. It's complete, and I wish that the kids could be in the school right now. It's really sad, and hopefully they'll be able to be there soon. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we did basically a full rebuild at Glenview, and here's a picture of our dearly departed Tim White at the beam signing for Glenview. It was a great day. And you can see here some of the features, but we replaced 21 classrooms, the whole school. We preserved the facade, and the whole school behind it has been rebuilt. So we're gonna go to the next slide and see a few pictures. So here's the courtyard and the multi-purpose room, really nice tile work. We can go to the next slide. Here you can see some more classrooms, and it's great. I'm sure that this, you know, the furniture was planned before COVID, but it looks like it's furniture that's very movable, depending on when we return to classrooms, what that looks like. Next slide, please. Okay, that was Glenview, and now we're going to look at Madison Park out in East Oakland in the El Sobrante neighborhood. We've done a big expansion there, and you can see here a picture. We'll go to the next slide and get more information on what this is. So we have a new high school classroom here with 14 classrooms, 2 labs, and 6 offices, as well as some other workspaces. There's also been some renovation in the parking lot to make it easier for folks to drop the kids off. There was some portables put in there and restrooms. And this project was really important because several years ago, I don't even know when, but we designated Madison, I think it was in 2011, to become a 6 through 12 school. And then there's also the Madison Park Lower School. It used to be El Sobrante Elementary School on the same campus. So like we're going to have at the Coliseum College Prep site, the Havens Court campus, we now have a full service K through 12 facility going there. If we could go to the next slide. So here's what the classrooms look like. Again, that modular furniture and lots of ventilation and daylight. And, you know, I'm just going to geek out for a minute. In the 1920s, 100 years ago, Oakland got written up in architectural magazines and journals for our innovative school design and the way we used daylighting and fresh air and courtyards. And it's interesting that 100 years ago, you know, we're kind of back to the future. We'd had a little detours there in the 70s. But I think this is great that we're showing this leadership and providing these wonderful facilities for our communities. If we can go to the next slide. And here's what that new building looks like from the outside. So that concludes my presentation. We really did want to share out about the work we've been doing. Mr. Nakatagawa, our interim deputy chief for facilities, is with us. Did I miss anything? Is there anything you'd like to add? And before I go to you, I just want to thank everyone involved in these projects, all of the contractors, all of the staff who have been running the work and keeping everything going. And you all saw the amounts of these projects, but these are a great program for our community. Mr. Nakatagawa, anything I missed?
Thank you, President London. That was a great presentation. I really appreciate the chance to highlight some of our work, and I echo the desire to have some grand openings once we do have the chance to gather back in person, because I think it will be really gratifying for the entire facilities department to see the enjoyment of the people who are able to use these new facilities. Thank you.
Great. Colleagues, I'm gonna just say that I think we can skip comments. I'm assuming you're all on board with this tonight. We're going to go now to item M, which is the superintendent's report. Welcome, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President London. And thanks again, and kudos to just honoring the late Tim White, and just huge appreciation for Tadashi stepping in as the interim deputy chief of facilities to ensure that we were able to complete these projects in the team. So thank you for highlighting, President. All right, so good evening, board members, and thank you, community members, for joining us this evening. I hope that everyone is handling these extremely challenging times as best as possible and doing everything possible to stay healthy and safe. This evening, I will share important updates about the first few weeks of school, which will include a few school highlights, technology distribution, enrollment, attendance, and finally, an update on our planning process for the alternative safety plan. Next slide, please. As we enter into month 7, navigating the rocky waters of COVID-19, it has become abundantly clear that our collective mission to become a full-service community district positions us best to stand firm on our commitment to the 4 S's for decision-making for COVID: science, safety, staff supports, and student learning, and to make sure that in these incredible times that we support our students to stay on path towards college, career, and community success. Our challenges are immense as a district, state, and even a state and nation, and will require us to stay focused on figuring out how we continue to harness our collective assets, resources, and talents to fight against the numerous systemic inequities that exist while working to reimagine the systems that we have currently so that we can truly serve all students and families. We are currently hard at work doing this work, and while progress has been made on many fronts, there is still much to do and much to improve, especially when it comes to figuring out how we create schooling in a virtual environment. The work ahead of us during this COVID-19 era, I want to just underscore, this is not a moment. This is an era that we're in right now, will require us to continue to exercise adaptive leadership, creativity, while maintaining grace and compassion with one another as students, parents, staff, and community, as we are all working to figure this out. Next slide, please. Before my team shares some updates around technology, enrollment, and attendance, I'd like to share a few highlights from some schools, which just surfaces some of the adaptability and creativity that is going on right now in our sites to make remote learning work for our students and families. So first, I'd like to start with our preschool teachers. Now, for any student, whether they're 5 or 20, 25, it's been just as challenging as I've talked to many students who are even in college that are also being forced in remote learning. But imagine trying to create an engaging environment for a 4-year-old or 5-year-old. And so I do want to give a huge shout out to many of our preschool teachers who have worked to figure out virtually how to have show and tell, scavenger hunts to help kids identify shapes, play I Spy to build vocabulary, and virtual field trips. Even something as small as creating a schedule for preschoolers to understand virtually and have a routine. There are teachers like Miss Karen Choi, who's figured out how to do just that and has a regular routine for her preschool students. A shout out to the teachers at the Lockwood Preschool facility, Miss DeMonica Robinson and LaTanya Henderson, who have integrated culturally responsive practices with literacy instruction by using images that reflect the school community and the students' cultures to start to teach kids their letter sounds. Also, imagine the level of creativity needed to onboard new staff. So schools like International High School and Garfield have figured out how to create virtual 2-week orientations designed by the teachers on the campus of Oakland International to help new teachers acclimate to the school and the learning environment. And Garfield, which has figured out how to create virtual new teacher mentorship and support plans to help new teachers in a virtual environment feel connected to a school campus and to their students and families. There are leaders at Lincoln Elementary that, in addition to their teachers, the principal has figured out a way to connect with each and every student and family through developing grade span virtual meetings. And I want to take just a few minutes to highlight Fremont. We were just looking at the facility, but that leadership team has really pulled together, one, to stay focused on graduation rates and A to G completion, increasing in their enrollment, really focusing on attendance, the food distribution technology, but really already developing systems around wellness checks for students to make sure that there's individual context with students and families. The 9th grade team has worked together to ensure that every single student and family member of the 9th grade is connected. So not only they have what they need, but that they know the expectations for the school. And the 12th grade team, including the college and career and readiness specialists and college partners, have worked together to create plans and connect with individual students to ensure that at the very beginning of school, kids understand the expectations and they're getting the support that they need to stay on track for graduation and A to G completion. So again, I want to be very honest that we know there is much that we need to improve as we are learning how to create school in a remote learning environment. But I also want to deeply appreciate on the ground the work going on across our schools where people are working, taking a step back, figuring out what they need to literally break down and recreate to make it work in this virtual setting. And to that, I want to just send and communicate my deep appreciations. Lastly, I just want to highlight, we talked a lot about attendance, and our Chief Academic Officer is going to actually show a snapshot of our attendance dashboard that is finally ready, which is going to allow us to look not only at every grade span, at every school, but to really disaggregate by individual subgroups. But I want to highlight some of the schools that already are showing attendance at a 90% rate or above. So some of those elementary schools, and I'm highlighting this because it just shows the level of effort many of our schools have done since the summertime to ensure that they were connecting with as many students and families as possible. So wanting to highlight Hoover Elementary, Reach, East Oakland Pride, Rockhalter, for some of the elementary schools. These aren't all, I'm just highlighting a few for tonight. Greenleaf, which is one of our K-8s, Roosevelt, a middle school. And for one of our high schools, I wanted to highlight one of our alternative ed schools that already has a 90% attendance rate, and that's Rugsdale Newcomer. So I will be continuing to just highlight some of the work going on in the weeks to come. And again, just want to deeply appreciate all the work that is underway. So at this time, I will turn it over to our Chief Systems and Services Officer, Preston Thomas, to take us through some of our technology updates. Preston.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell, board directors, and community. I'm here to give you an update as to where we are around technology distribution. Could you move forward to the next slide? A few more. One more. There we go. All right. So, you know, as we've been talking about our strong start, really the foundation of that strong start is really embedded in getting and ensuring that every single student has a device and is able to get online. And so this is an overview of where we are in that process. As a reminder at a high level, the student needs of technology support. The first phase of that is really those loan devices from the school. And as Director Powell had kind of noted earlier, if any students and families are having a hard time getting connected, the school site is your first point of contact to get connected to devices. We're now in that third phase of this chart that you're seeing, is that where we are starting to deliver the Oakland Undivided devices over the last couple of weeks. And so by the end of next week, we will have at least the first batch of Oakland Undivided computers that will be delivered to all of our school sites. And at this point, we've distributed about 6,000 devices to our students and families, and about 2,800 hotspots, with more on the way. And just as a point of clarity, because this has been a question in the community, we are distributing those devices as soon as they get delivered and come in. So we're deeply grateful to all of our partners. It's been a true team effort. From our distance learning leads, I've been on calls with them almost daily, updating them on where they are in terms of the distribution. They've just been on the ground, figuring out things, developing best practices. It's an amazing group of teachers, administrators, and staff that are out there supporting to distribute what is an incredibly complicated and difficult task, particularly given the conditions on the ground. Can you move forward to the next slide, please? So this is where we are in terms of the completion of the Oakland Undivided Tech Check Survey. And one of the things that I just wanted to highlight is, as we had to submit these slides last week, we're actually well above 21,000, where we've increased to about 24,000 students and families have completed the survey. You can see there that it's broken down by network. Definitely our elementary schools have done an amazing job. I think we have about 25 sites as of today that are over 90% of the students and families have completed the Tech Check Survey, and we're moving to get those devices out to those students. You know, really want to encourage everyone to continue to take the survey. It is still open. It will remain open, and you can find that on our district's website and through Family Central. Next slide, please. So this is a young woman that was one of the first people to receive the Oakland Undivided devices. They are similar to OUSD devices, but they are their own devices, and they have the nice little Oakland Undivided logos on it and all the partners that help to make it possible. The school sites are really our front lines for identifying the needs. They're out doing in-person registration, phone outreach, and participating in distribution events. As these devices come in, OUSD asks families to return their loaner devices, and then we hand out the Oakland Undivided devices. You know, one of the things that I just wanted to highlight has been kind of a question like, how are we knowing every single student is connected? And Superintendent Johnson Trammell talked about the attendance dashboards, but we're also creating dashboards to check technology and devices. And so you can see, this is actually just a snapshot from East Oakland Pride, who's been doing an amazing job at distributing devices out to families. I'll just highlight the top student. That is a student that is identified as having internet at home. And you can see right there that that student actually has a device. It's a specific OUSD loaner Chromebook. That device will be replaced with an Oakland Undivided device as that comes into that school site. A little further down, you could see the student that had neither, and you could see that they do have a loaner OUSD Chromebook, but they also have a T-Mobile hotspot that has that's allowing them to get online at home. So those are the types of dashboards that we're building so that we can track it. School sites are currently in the process of uploading all of their information and data into Aries. It's a huge undertaking, but we're making great progress on that as we move forward. So I think that's it that I have for the update. I'm more than happy to answer questions that the directors have at the conclusion of the report. So I think I turn it back over to you, Superintendent Johnson Trammell.
Thank you, Preston. At this time, Sonali, our Executive Director of Enrollment, is just going to provide a brief update. Ms. Sonali Maraka, are you available?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. Good evening to everybody. If we could go to the next slide. So here is an overview of our recent enrollment numbers for our incoming grades as well as overall. And there's also a comparison here to our enrollment from day one. So you'll see compared to day one, we are slightly down overall, but we are up in our incoming grades. This is due to movement that's happening in both directions. We have new students enrolling as well as students who are withdrawing. Compared to our enrollment projections, we are currently about 400 students below our projection. I will say our projection is for Census Day, which is in early October. So we do still have a month before that Census Day. And so we expect to hopefully make up some of that ground, but we do anticipate we won't fully meet our projection. That is consistent with what we're hearing from other cities in the Bay Area, that folks are down on enrollment. And in particular, I'll note that although you'll see some good movement here in kindergarten, our overall kindergarten number is actually a fair bit down specifically. So we are working with our communications team and other folks to continue to get the word out and enroll families, but we obviously know these are unusual times that are leading to some different enrollment patterns than we otherwise expected. With that, I will hand it over to Sandra to talk through attendance.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Maraka. Sandra Aguilera, I'm the Chief Academic Officer for our district. So this slide shows our attendance rate for different student groups for the first 9 days of school. As requested, this data is broken out by grade levels and subgroups. I would like to stress that we are working on the accuracy of our data. Our dashboards are able to show us where we are missing, as an example, a code for a student where their showing is not being marked as either present or absent. So we considered that student to be absent. So we're taking a conservative approach to reporting out our data. The beauty of having a data dashboard is that we can focus in on where we see attendance gaps. In the spring, our information system was not able to produce these details. So we made big adjustments so that we can see where we need to intervene. And I'll take us through those details. We have some bright spots with many schools, about 72, that have rates above 80% of attendance, and 12 schools that we will be supporting to improve their attendance rates. On average, 87% of grades TK through 5 are attending, and 88% for grades 6 through 8 are attending. And lastly, 82% of our high school students are participating in distance learning. And again, this is for the first 9 days. I'd like to draw your attention to our unhoused youth. Our unhoused youth students have the lowest participation rate among all student groups. And you can see that our TK through 5th grade unhoused students missed the most schools so far this year. So we have this level of data, and now we can support school sites to implement the interventions to find students. I'll take us through a few of those interventions. So each school site has an attendance team. The composition of the team consists of an attendance specialist. All of our attendance specialists have been trained in the new system for both taking attendance and intervening. So the attendance specialists can support their school site in attendance taking steps when we see that the data is not complete. In addition to those attendance taking steps, each specialist received training on our multi-tiered systems of support, which is the attendance re-engagement plan. So this is a comprehensive plan that was developed by our attendance office, presented to multiple people on the attendance team. So we focused in on our attendance specialists because they have the most contact with families and with teachers to intervene for attendance taking reasons. So the attendance team can see the specific strategies that are recommended for intervening. And there's a menu of options that provide strategies. So of course we have calling families, but we're introducing a networking strategy so that we can call upon relatives, known relatives and friends of the student to see if we can track down the student. There's also home visits that are taking place. We have examples from school sites that have gone to families' homes in order to make contact. And we've reported out on that previously. Just to recall some of them, we have Madison Primary, East Oakland Pride, CCPA. There are many more, but just to recall that we've heard those incidents from previous superintendent reports. There's also an attendance liaison that's assigned to each network of schools, and their responsibility is to support attendance teams with their process to locate students and try other strategies they have found as best practices from other school sites. They're able to see what's working across the network and then provide those strategies to attendance teams that may need newer or different strategies that have been more effective. I've also held meetings on specific strategies with our network superintendents to use, we looked at all of the schools that were lower than 80% in attendance, and each network soup described their next steps to support the schools and how they will be helping to intervene. We mostly discussed the data sets that we are using in this context, and we named particular issues at school sites. So the network soup has a lot of knowledge about what's happening on the school site to know why data may be looking the way that it looks. So the public, our board as well can now see our data on the public website. You can find that at ousddata.org. It's listed as preliminary attendance as the name of the report. So you can go in and not only look at what the district looks like across all of our schools, you can select specific school sites and drill down into that level of report. Next slide, please. Wanting to remind the public that we have a great resource. It's our Starting Strong Together website, and you have family resources, staff resources, and all of the updates about our fall plans are located on our Starting Strong website. All of this information that we're describing can be found in this centralized location. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilera, for the update. We are now going to switch to the last component of my SOUP report, and then we will open it up for questions. So one of the first action steps outlined in the George Floyd resolution, which was passed on June 24th, was to provide the board and community an update on the creation of an inclusive, community-driven process that will involve multiple stakeholders, including the Black Organizing Project and other community partners, in order to create a model, strategy, plan, and programs to create police-free, safe, healthy, and inclusive schools for the board's final approval at the end of December. Tonight, I will provide an overview of the planning process thus far, as well as a timeline for the creation of the safety plan. Before I get into the brief update, I would like to publicly acknowledge two dynamic leaders who care deeply about Oakland schools and students and will serve as co-chairs for designing this process in partnership. And those two individuals are OUSD's Chief of Staff, Curtis Saricki, and Jessica Black, Executive Director of the Black Organizing Project. In the launching of this community-driven process, we have decided to go slow, taking the time to understand how we, the district and community, will partner in order to go fast and develop an alternative safety plan to create police-free, safe, healthy, and inclusive schools. We hope that the community-driven planning process we are undertaking is an opportunity to create authentic community engagement, to create a plan that we hope will work to dismantle systems of white supremacy and anti-Blackness and brownness by providing recommendations for creating strong, positive school culture that promotes academic excellence and builds on the work that we have done for many years to create a strong community school model. At the end of this planning process, the goal is to both address the key areas of liability, safety protocols, and training needs for staff to ensure safety post-school police services, and two, to create a transformative model of school climate and culture through a community-driven process. Next slide, please. My apologies, we should have been on this slide during my comments. Next slide, please. So as co-conveners and co-chairs, Curtis Saricki and Jessica Black will partner in the design of the community-driven process. OUSD and BOP have met several times since July to do the important pre-planning work of establishing partnering principles and processes. We felt this was essential because we are attempting to create a process not where the district creates a plan first and then goes to the community for input, but where we're working together as co-designers. We are very cognizant of the fact that we are working from lack of trust. We realize there's going to need to be a lot of communication. We also realize there is not a blueprint for doing this type of work. Both BOP and myself, as many districts across the nations, are wrestling with it. We've been inundated with lots of questions. And so we know that it's going to be complicated. We know that it's going to be messy, but our theory of change and our intent is if we figure out how to do this design process together, we're going to get a better result. So both OUSD and BOP have had many conversations and meetings with several organizations and stakeholders. Together, we have identified and secured co-facilitation to help lead conversations with what will be a multiple stakeholder group. This slide depicts how we're thinking about the multiple structures that will be needed to have as much engagement as possible so that we get the best recommendations that ultimately will fold into the plan that we will present to the board. The process will engage many organizations, students, schools, central staff, families, and content specialists, many experts in the field who have been thinking deeply about these issues. We know there's going to be a lot of interest in the community to engage in the planning, and we will soon be creating the spaces for all valuable voices to participate. Next slide, please. The timeline is established to take us up to the December deadline for the plan. We recognize that there will be multiple phases of this work. The immediate plan to address all major safety concerns and issues, a plan to think through how we will evaluate and progress monitor recommendations, and finally, the part of the plan where we will codify how we intend to transform school culture and climate. We will be reporting to the board again on October 14th, just giving an update on where we are. We anticipate having a draft of the plan for a first read to have more feedback from the board and for the community to hear how the plan is shaping up in November and bringing the final plan in December. So at this time, I would like to ask both Curtis and Jessica if there are any comments that you'd like to make at this time before we open it back up to the board for Q&A.
Jessica, would you like to start?
Good evening, Oakland. Good evening, community. Good evening, school board members. I just want to say thank you, Kyla, for your introduction. As we know, the relationship with the community and district is one that is of mistrust. So in this process, we have really been working hard to ensure that we have a real community-driven process that is principled and has principles of engagement inside of the process, so that we moved in a real, authentic, principled, transparent way. We are also pushing for this community-driven process to have shared decision-making power. And Kyla said some of these things, but I just want to reiterate that that this is the process that we are currently in. There's an opportunity here to do two things. One, for Oakland to be a model of police-free schools for our entire country. And the other one is there's an opportunity here because of the mistrust that has historically happened between OUSD and the community to really show a new model of how school districts can work collaboratively with community in a process with shared power. This is not just about the alternative safety plan. As Kyla said, there will be phases of this. This plan is about transforming school culture and climate. And what we know is that transformation is not going to happen at a table. That transformation is going to happen in community, and it's going to happen in school sites. In order for us to really deal with ending the school to prison pipeline ideology that is rooted in anti-Blackness and racist practices that historically have harmed our communities, we're going to have to, it cannot end in December. This is going to be a longer plan. This is going to be a 2 to 3 year phased out transformational plan in order for this to be real. And BOP is going to be at the table as long as it takes for us to create this level of real transformation along with the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you, Superintendent. That was a very clear report on where we are. Just to reiterate, and yeah, I've heard some of this feedback, that this is a major effort with really a handful of months to produce a really major product for the board and the community. And so, just want to point out that we're going to really tier the work to think about what will our school site staff need to know and be able to do come January 1, and really have that to be data driven. We are looking, and the board's had reports, and BOP has actually given reports. The chief has given reports, but this is going to be a data-driven process. We're going to know what types of things have come to our police, what types of alternative responses do we need to develop, train up in, so that, at the end of this calendar year, we're prepared for those pieces. And then, as Jessica named, there's much deeper work for us to do to really build on many of the things we've done around restorative justice and our equity work and SEL and healing informed work to really continue to build and transform school climate and culture that will continue to build out. And so just wanted to name that there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of amazing organizations, individuals that will be engaged that can help us to get there, both inside the district and in the community. And that, you know, we are going to be thinking about how to prioritize those things that need to move more quickly and those things that are going to take deeper level of work. So with that, I will turn it back over to Superintendent Johnson Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Sawicki. I will open it up to the board for any comments, feedback, and questions for the entire report.
Colleagues, I know that was a lot of information, and I also know we have quite a busy agenda tonight. Are there any questions or oh, and I also want to thank Ms. Black in particular for your work with us and for really pushing us. I appreciate it very much. So let's go to Director Gonzalez, and we'll try to do 2 minutes if that's all right. If we need to go around again, we can.
Thanks. That was so much, but I think the main thing I want to say is I didn't really hear consistent practice across all sites when we're not able to get in touch with families and we are not able to figure out what's going on with students. I heard that there are some schools that have good practices, that CCPA, EOP, and I forget one other school are doing home visits. That's really good. We know that home visits are a best practice. But what I didn't hear is that we have a plan for every single site to employ strategies like that or something else that works. So I'm just afraid that we don't really have a system yet for making sure that every student that's not attending and we don't know what's going on with them, that we have a plan for how we're going to get those students re-engaged. So that's my main concern. I really want to hear that we have a plan for every single site where we don't know what's going on with students, but they're not participating to get them re-engaged in school. So that's what I want to say. I'm glad that the safety plan work is moving forward. I do think that the timeline is extremely aggressive for us to have something that I can go to my principals who are concerned about serious incidents and say, we have a really good plan in place that's going to be available in December. So, you know, I'm just hoping that we'll continue to hear about that as it develops to make sure that we do have something in place by December. And if we don't, if we have to push the timeline back, I don't want to do that. But, you know, that we need to just make sure that we've got something that's real by the time that principals have to employ other strategies to deal with serious incidents on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Any other comments or questions? Director Hinton Hodge.
That was really good, Vice President Gonzalez. I don't know how you did that in 5 seconds to go. And I'll try not everything that she said about I want to celebrate. Obviously, I want to hear what's great. But it, you know, there's 12 schools that you said within the network that like needed support. And I want to know who those 12 schools are. I want to know who that leadership is. I want to know who those, you know, who are those people that are driving the process and what kind of, you know, again, what kind of supports. Yes, we need to lift out what is really working, but I think in this particular situation, we've really got to know what isn't working. And it can't be vague. It, you know, it just really has to be really focused on what is needed and what's necessary. And once again, I'd like to see disaggregation. You know, are those 12 schools predominantly low performing schools already where kids are 2 or 3 grade levels behind? Is it just kids that, you know, likelihood is that they've transitioned to another part of the country or another part of the state? You know, and I know you're looking at how to find that information out. And to that extent, I am curious about the partnership with groups like Oakland Natives Give Back, other after school providers, just in general, who's going to help you support and build your capacity. I didn't hear anything about mini mesters. I think I've seen some report around that that's in process and people are learning how to do that, but that was a really big contentious piece. I had made a recommendation around the OUSD, the parent portal, and around having, like, I don't know, just a complaint station or a Q&A part. And so I'm wondering whether or not that was going to get facilitated in any kind of way. And then really like the helpline. It's just been really clear that that's going to be a best practice where a parent can call up and say, how do I get on Schoolology? How do I get on anything? Also in this report, absent from me was special ed. And I know that there's a whole nother report that's kind of being built out around that. But I am curious, like when it comes to enrollment or when it comes to attendance, what's happening with that special population. I mean, and I appreciate you pointing out the unsheltered youth, because that clearly that's a subgroup that we need to kind of know. But yeah, again, I think it's knowing a little bit more about how is the student, because again, I'm kind of seeing and hearing what adults may or may not be doing, but like really how the student is. And just, you know, there's the question, I put in a previous communications to folks, you know, about a parent that was very concerned about no instruction, or the feeling of like, we're only doing 50 minutes a day. And so, you know, and I don't want to be rude, but like, when is instruction really robustly happening? And, you know, if the CCPAs are getting it, if the Matt Kleimanses are getting it, but Prescott isn't getting it, I need to know that, and I need to understand what we're doing to kind of interrupt. I probably have no time, so I'd like a second round to come back and talk about safety plan. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Director Yee, then Director Ng, then Director Torres.
Thank you, Superintendent, and all the people reporting. I had the privilege of being in the Foster Youth Advisory Group last night, looking at the specific group of foster youth, and I really appreciate the increased data and the community involvement committed to foster youth. A couple of things came up. One is Oakland Undivided providing computers and hotspots for foster youth. Shout out Mr. Thomas. But I wanted to confirm that the computers and the hotspots are going to follow the kids in case they move from setting to setting. That they don't need to return it right away. But the question is for these computers, do they now belong to the students, and are they responsible for them? And is there a loss system that goes involved with that? So that's the first question. And the second one is I appreciated Superintendent calling out the unhoused youth, the K to 5, but almost as high is the foster youth absenteeism rate. I think it was 71 or 72% attendance. And I'm really concerned about it, especially because we reduced our case managers from 3 to 1. And I know that they're hoping to set up a system, but we all know that both unhoused and foster youth are tremendously difficult to track down. And if we've lost them at the beginning of the year, we may never be able to find out where they are. So I wonder if our one-time money could be spent to organize a team to go out and find out and be assured that these students are in safe and productive educational settings, let alone all the other needs they need. And so that's the second. And third one, thank you to the safety team, Ms. Black and Mr. Savicki. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the work. But if I could get some answers to the first two, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Thomas and Superintendent.
So Director Yee, given the time, I'd like to ask if we can hold responses until after all the board members have had a chance to ask their questions and comments. Go ahead, Director Ng.
Thank you, because actually that I'm just going to piggyback on what Director Yi was asking, because I did not have the opportunity to go to the Foster Youth Advisory Council, but that number of, around attendance for foster youth definitely jumped out at me. So, and I also was tracking the reductions that were made in the foster case managers. So I just would ditto his question that he asked, and if we're looking at any opportunities, particularly in the learning loss, the one-time funds to be able to support additional outreach for foster youth in the beginning of the year, and or temporarily restoring those positions, or what we're doing around the specific outreach to the foster youth population. And then with the attendance, what I didn't, and maybe I missed this, but I'm wondering whether or not, how it links back to the attendance works that we were already doing district-wide, and if are all schools expected to, are they setting up attendance teams and building off that infrastructure, or is that, is the attendance, what does the outreach and attendance work look like, and are there attendance teams? Is the expectation that each school is setting up an attendance teams district-wide? Appreciate the update around enrollment, and have started looking at some of the school-by-school data, and with the safety plan as well. Look forward to, I believe that there will be a budget, potentially a multi-year budget coming to the board as an update in the future. I look forward to seeing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Torres.
So one thing I would ask is that if a report is going to be an hour or longer, that we at least stop at each topic, because I think that we have questions per topic, and then some ridiculous 2 minutes is paltry in relation to we're the board. We're the person that needs to have the questions that can then, fully followed up on. And one of the things I would say is that I would also piggyback on what Vice President Gonzalez said about, I heard a lot of stuff, but I didn't hear a lot of concrete plan. One of the things I circled on my notebook is, what is the home visit system policy that's in place? After the closures, I stood with people packing the food at Life Academy Mondays and Thursdays who were already doing home visits from Life Academy, who were doing home visits if they were an after-school provider, because they were worried about certain students, because they know who they are, that struggle. And then, of course, the nonprofits were serving some of those struggling students in the neighborhood. So where's the actual plan to have a home visit plan? We can't just have a one-up and give some people a high five because they're doing some home visits. We actually need a plan, because even the kids that are showing up may be struggling with some other emotional issues. Someone may have died of COVID. Someone may be sick from COVID. So I just want to see a more concrete plan on that very soon, I might add. And then in regard to the same thing with foster youth and unhoused, where's the plan? As we know, September 1 is next week, in less than a week, where people's evictions are likely coming with a steamroller action because of the fact that there was a moratorium. And that's probably one of the things that keeps me up the most right now, knowing that there aren't enough attorneys that do pro bono. There aren't enough attorneys that can go to court from nonprofits and fight for these people so they have housing, many of which are families. So where's the plan when the number of unhoused quadruples, and more than quadruples? That's some of my concern. It's one thing to report, it's another to say, I'm going to get in front of this problem. Congratulations to Jessica and Curtis. As the person who brought this George Floyd resolution, I would like to work with you to understand what's happening. I haven't been reached out to by the superintendent about this, but I definitely applaud that the right people are at the table, and want to understand, before we actually get the plan, some check-ins I think are in order to see where it's going, how we can help as a board, because you're going to get a very new board in January. So the fact of the matter is that one thing I realize that's so critical is that while we can talk about dismantling white supremacy or anti-Blackness, it really all is rooted in this country's Eurocentric way of education. And so I still didn't see my ethnic studies on the agenda that I proposed in June, Director London, but I'm working with other board members and teachers, principals who want to come up with a more detailed, filled in
policy for K through 8, because when we as people of color are relegated to one class in 9th grade, we're just a bookmark, which is sending a message that silence, that we're only one class in the whole K through 12, is sending a message to our kids of color that oppression's okay, that racism and redlining and not being able to buy a home and get a loan, buy a bank, all of that is not okay. And so I'm excited about that policy, but it's all relevant to removing police. So I'm hopeful that that is not going to be a problem when even the funding for the 9th grade ethnic studies class has been cut and cut and cut. It's history. We're teaching history. We should teach accurate, real history about Africa, about Latin America, about Asian countries, not just European white countries. That's not where it's at anymore. That's how we got to this place of KKK.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Harris.
Yeah, I would just echo just one thing. I want to echo what you shared earlier, Director Yee, around foster youth, finding a way to invest some of the learning loss mitigation dollars as well as the CARES Act money. There is some of the other people that sit on the Budget and Finance Committee, Director Gonzalez and Director Ng, believe it's about $55 million, right? 40 and 15 is 55. A good sum of which must be spent by December 31st when to mitigate some of the learning loss and to work on attendance. So there's specific guidelines. So I'm looking for some attention, not just with foster youth, but if you take a closer look at that number, that chart you showed, if you consider special education, newcomer, Latino, foster youth, unhoused, and African-American students, they are attending school on average at a rate of about 75%. So and then if you add middle school, foster youth and unhoused are also hovering at the rate of less than 75%. So we're missing 25% of students in high school and 25% of foster youth and unhoused students in middle school. Now we need not only to spend some of that money, but we need a plan to spend that money and a plan to hire people, whether they be community agents, whether they be social workers, to make connections with those students. And then I'm wondering if there's some concentration on cross-referencing the data you see today with obviously seniors from last year excluded with the numbers you saw in the spring. Are these the same students? So not only would I like a response on, can we use that money? As a board member, I'm saying we have to use that money. What's the plan to use that money? How much of it? And what does that mean in terms of investing in people to go out and find these students? And I would just say quickly, the safety plan, sounds good. I'm very much looking forward to the product, but right now my focus is really on building the infrastructure for finding students that we're not.
Thank you. I think that my colleagues have covered all of the issues. So Superintendent, if you and your team want to take a little bit of time to respond, and then we'll go to public comment on non-agenda items after the superintendent report.
Sorry, President London, you had said that there could be another round.
That is correct. So Director Hinton Hodge, here's your next round, and then we'll go back to staff for response. Thank you.
Sorry, and so, and I appreciate Director Harris and everyone's articulation. How are we going to utilize monies by the 31st? I definitely want to second that. Again, back to my colleagues, these are those moments when I'm like, I don't want to send it to a school site for that decision to be made, because I'm going to assume that 25% is a really familiar 25% that we've not touched before, and maybe our community partners aren't the best ones to get to it. I think that they could possibly be if we reshape, how they approach and their scope and that kind of stuff. So I would like to see a little bit more freedom and flexibility and innovation inside, is it the network superintendents, and maybe even partnership with some parents and partnerships with SSEs to think about how to utilize that money. So I definitely I spent a minute saying we have to do that too. A trade-off for me, so my thing about the safety plan is about sustainability and budget, actually. So we talked about we don't have any foster care. I mean, we cut down our foster care folks, right? And so when we were doing the defund police, mantra was bring in more social workers, bring in more case managers. I mean, we're very much focused on behavioral stuff versus what's academically happening in classrooms. For me, the trade-off is instead of spending money on teeny tiny schools that always pull money out of our general fund, why don't we get rid of teeny tiny schools that are not sustainable and really look at how we can make a commitment from a board to not cutting foster care program managers, not cutting RJ, not cutting equity departments, and that we make a commitment to this race equity work in a very, very real way. Because what I see of a lack of commitment to really supporting our students and us having a difficult time breaking institutional barriers are that we will always come back to cutting this at the end of the year. I got into a lot of trouble at the end of one of those, budget periods where I felt like I had to get in through the door to say, how could we possibly cut foster care youth? And we make very pragmatic decisions. And so at this particular point, I keep wanting to emphasize teeny tiny schools that underserve our students, that, you can look at the SPSAs and see that they're underserving our students. And so I don't want to spend money in that way anymore. I want to make sure that we put it on the ground in the right kinds of ways. And congratulations to Curtis and to Bob in this whole conversation about trust. Trust goes both ways. And so for me, I do have questions around how an advocacy group then becomes a part of an implementation and a part of planning, and in the strategies of a BOP and other folks that are now going to be basically sitting at the table, building a table with us, basically, not at our table, building a table together. And so thinking about the mindset shifts that are going to have to happen inside of communities, community-based organizations, leadership, in the Oakland Unified School District. So I'm here for it, definitely for the long haul. So further down the road, I really do want questions around budget. I want to see really clearly how much we're paying consultants to help us work through this this opportunity as well. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Okay, folks. Okay, that's fine. It's your meeting. We'll go to Director Yee, then Director Torres. Excuse me.
Thank you, and thanks for the extra 2 minutes. One of the reasons why the challenges for foster youth are three. One, unlike the unhoused students who the district receives McKinney-Vento money, as far as I can see, foster youth receives no additional money for the district. So that's why I agree with Director Hinton-Hodge, and in some ways I apologize for being more callous 2 years ago when we talked about the caseworkers. But the second problem is that there are only a few foster youth at each of our schools. I think the largest school is Skyline with about 15, and it goes significantly down. So given the large scale of attendance recovery and even finding out kids who haven't even started, who should be started, the foster youth group tends to be a very small group. That's why I agree with Director Hinton-Hodge that it might be helpful for us to have a team that can actually go out. They know who the students are. They can go to the houses, find out, because once you get there, we may find out that it's more than, like in the unhoused, it's more than just they're not showing up for school. There may be other underlying issues that are involved. And so Director Harris's comment, and I think all of us, about one-time money, this gives us an opportunity to build that baseline of where those students are at the beginning of the year, so we can at least start with that. If we don't have enough money to continue it on for the rest of the time, I understand that, but I think we owe it to them and we owe it to ourselves to actually find those kids. And we're only talking about 200 foster youth total. So it's not like 2,000, it's 200. And we have those kids, we have people, we have systems to actually know who those kids are. So I just want to underscore that to be a board priority, even though it doesn't fix the whole system. It's something that is urgent enough that many of us have talked about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Torres.
Thank you for the second round. I think that, again, previously I was asking about the system for home visits. Parents have always needed a home visit if their student is on the lower spectrum of reading and math and performance, and not on target to graduate, especially high school students. Talking to former director David Kakashiba, who I know has spoken also with Director Harris about this idea of giving all of our students who are, say, juniors and seniors, or maybe it was just seniors, a stipend for being in school and attending at over, say, 95%, so they can get towards graduation at a year that's so difficult. And last year was so difficult. So if it's juniors and seniors or what have you, if the numbers work out, and that's why you have all the experts on the numbers, you have to spend that money by December. You could give a stipend of $1,000 per student as an incentive. That seems like the best incentive ever for a student, that almost smells like the Oakland Promise. We're going to give you some money for you to have a college fund, but why not let them earn it and have the dignity to say, I went to school as hard as it was, and I have this $1,000 for scholarship money for school, pay for books or pay for rent for a month or two. So the thing is that I think that we have to be completely wild and outside the box in supporting our students. That can go a very long way. Second of all, where is our enrollment policy for just during COVID? Where is the policy to say, I'm going to get a report for every school that's at 90% and every school that's below, say, 72%? Come up with a number for these learning hubs. We have 3 learning hubs coming in partnership with the city, but on Saturday, there will be about 15 to 20 nonprofits that work with our students, like EBASI, like Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation, Peralta Hacienda Museum, Unity Council. They're going to meet on Saturday to talk about how they can also provide a learning hub with their excellent Wi-Fi, with adults that do after-school programs or provide summer camps. They want to be around the whole year because COVID is so hard on families that know nothing about computers, that know nothing about what a hotspot is or the internet. And so we need that enrollment data, or we can't even do that in a targeted way. We're just shooting in the dark. So we need that enrollment data. We need it now.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to offer more comments? All right, Superintendent, if you and your staff wanted to respond, that would be great.
Sure. One, we provided the attendance dashboard and the enrollment data site by site, the projection and actual enrollment before the board meeting. So every board member has that, and you can look at the data by school site. On the dashboard, not only can you look at the data by school site, but you can also disaggregate so that you can see the variance by subgroup. Part of what that data allows us to see is some of the students that we haven't found, they have left. They are no longer either attending or they have left the area. So that is what this dashboard allows us to do, is to really drill down to figure out, why is the student missing? Oh, actually the student is there. It's an attendance issue. The fix, more training for attendance teams, because we have a brand new way of taking attendance. If the student, there's still data to clean up, when you look at it site by site, you'll see a gray area where there hasn't been, the kid hasn't quote unquote attended, and we need to figure out why. I am happy to have at a upcoming SOUP report just to focus on the district-wide strategy around attendance. I think to Director Ng's point, many of the strategies are the same, but as I have said over and over, the execution of them in a virtual setting are different. We have restrictions and policies around who can actually do in-person services. So we have to think about who actually can go to the home physically versus what things are we doing virtually. And we do have some sites to do that are doing virtual homeschools. So we have certain strategies that are tier 1 that all schools are doing, tier 2 and 3, but how each school enacts that strategy is going to be different based on the staffing that they have, the partnership, what's working for that site. So I think it would be helpful to be able to have a presentation to go into that in depth. In terms of the CARES Act, that is one of the reasons that we have the Learning Continuity Plan, which is due in September. That plan has to show how we are attempting to address all of these issues. And we have time scheduled to go through the plan at the board meeting, as well as to go through the CARES Act. We are currently looking at how we can actually have work study stipends. We have already met with partners. The team is already working on criteria in terms of what that would look like. Those are actually strategies some of our high schools have done in the past. We've actually gone to those high schools to say, what has worked, what didn't work, if we're trying to scale that as a strategy 9-12. We're also trying to look at what we can do around tutoring K-6, because to Director Torres's point, we know that is the big issue. What can we do to supplement a purely remote learning instructional program, because we know that that isn't going to be the most engaging for students. And we do have our staff working in partnership with the city in terms of learning hubs and making sure that we have the funding in order to do that. So one, we're happy and we're already planning to come back and share the learning continuity plan that shows all of the investments all throughout for unfostered youth, newcomers, learning loss, attendance. That is a requirement that we have to do. And we have an upcoming at our budget and finance and the board meeting to look at how we effectively use our CARES Act, particularly the portions where we have to use up the funds by December 30th, which means in terms of FTEs, that may not be the smartest use for those particular portions of the funds. So both the learning continuity plan and the CARES Act budget, we will be coming to the board to share the plan for both of those entities that work together. I think there was a question around the technology, if I'm not mistaken. Can someone repeat that question?
I think Preston might. Preston, do you have the question?
Yes, whether the foster youth can keep the computers no matter where their home is and their home school.
Preston, can you answer that question, please?
Yeah, simply the Oakland undivided devices are become the property of the student and the family, so they move with them. And just to highlight kind of the critical nature of this, it wasn't around a foster youth specifically, but there was a family emergency that happened at one of the schools, and the student was able to take their laptop and their hotspot down to LA to go with the family and remain engaged in the schoolwork. So definitely those become the property of the student and move with the student. And I would just also highlight one of the key things, now that we have this data in Aries tracks students as they move throughout our system. So we'll be able to know whether or not a student has a device, regardless of what school they're attending to. We'll be able to know whether or not they have access to technology throughout while we're in distance learning.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Okay, at this point, we're going to check again with our translators one final time to see if we need translation this evening. If we could go ahead, please, with the translators.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係柯倫聯合校區委員會會議。我哋最後一次徵詢各位嘅意見，你哋有冇人需要呢個中文翻譯嘅咧？如果你需要中文翻譯嘅話，請你去到你嘅電腦右下方，你會見到一個地球嘅形狀嘅標誌。你點擊之後咧，你就係會見到咧係有語言嘅選擇。咁我哋今日咧係會提供廣東話翻譯嘅。如果你選擇中文嘅時候咧，你就會聽到我哋廣東話嘅翻譯嘅。麻煩你 ，Rebecca。
You need to unmute yourself, please. Looks like she's having difficulty unmuting herself. Is there a control that the host has that could help Ms. Marquez? There you go. Mr. De La Torre, are you able to make this announcement? I can't hear you either. I don't hear Mr. Marquette de la Torre either.
President London, they may need to come back from the interpretation room to the main room.
Okay. Come back, come back. Does someone have to invite them back into the main room? Does the host need to invite them back?
The host can transfer them back.
The host, please transfer our translators back into the main room so they can make their announcement, please. We're still not hearing Mr. De La Torre. I don't know who the host is. Does anybody on the line have the capacity to make the announcement in Spanish to inquire whether we need Spanish translation?
I can do that. Do you want me to say it?
Please, thank you.
Okay. Si alguien está en la línea que está mirando la junta y necesita interpretación en español, nomás tiene que marcar en el chat que está abajo de la computadora y dice chat para que pueda meter allí su anuncio que necesita ayuda en español. Si no, es posible que los intérpretes se van a ir temprano porque no hay nadie que necesita ayuda, pero también puede mandar o levantar su mano e indicar en el televisión o la computadora que también necesitan ayuda. Si nadie está presente, también otra vez problema porque se van a ir. Gracias.
Thank you, Director Torres. I am not seeing any new hands go up. I see 2 hands raised. I know that one of them for sure is an English speaker. And I think that the people whose hands are up are speakers of English. So we will come to you later in the agenda, but at this point, we're going to excuse our interpreters. Thank you very much for your service. And we are going to go now to item Q, which is because we're supposed to take this item at 7:30. This is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So if you want to speak on items that are not on the agenda, we're going to come back later to take public comment on the items that we've been talking about so far tonight. But this is items not on the agenda. So please, now is the time to raise your hand for non-agenda items. And we will give, I'm going to need to step away for a minute. So I'm going to let Director Gonzalez determine how much time each speaker will get. Vice President.
Thank you, President London. Ms. Floyd, how many public speakers are there?
So far, I only see 3 hands raised.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes. Can you call the first speaker?
Sure. The first speaker is Patrick Masick.
Welcome, Mr. Masick.
Hi, I would like to speak on the superintendent's report. Approximately how long will I need to wait to speak on that report, given that it was the last agenda item?
I think we have comments from our bargaining units. Is there another item, Mr. Daniels, besides that before public comments on A through O?
Mr. Daniels isn't present. This is Jody talking. You're correct, Director Gonzalez. After this non-public agenda, there will be comments.
Okay. So, Mr. Masick, it should be fairly short and maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Floyd, can we call the next speaker?
Yes, next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Welcome, Ms. Olabala.
Asada Olabala.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at the television, and I noticed in the beginning of the meeting, you were acknowledging the young man who was shot in Wisconsin on Sunday, but there was another young man in Louisiana, Lafayette, Louisiana, who was shot 11 times and killed by the police. An individual who was mentally challenged. I'm also very distraught there's a 17-year-old young child who's been arrested in Wisconsin for killing 2 people last night. And something has got to change. And it is getting to be so, it's so frustrating to see what's going on in this country. And what makes it more difficult is we will not have an honest, in-depth conversation and seek change related to systematic racism and white supremacy. And until we do something about it, seriously do something about it. I've been listening to you talk about the foster children and the homeless children. And as you go through this year, it's going to have to push you to talk about Black children. It's always have to come to you to almost force you to have to deal with what's going on with Black children. Everybody in this city, as an ethnic group or racial group, is increasing in numbers. Look at the decreasing numbers of children who are Black in this school district, in this city. And I'm getting so tired of trying to bring it up, talk about Black children sometime. Look at our issues sometime. God.
Thank you, Ms. Olugba. Ms. Floyd, could you call the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Welcome, Ms. Delton.
Good evening, board. I'm really sorry to have to use the public comment time this way. I know that some of the board members at least are aware that I filed a public records request at the beginning of August. I then received a notice from the district that the district would take an additional 14 days to respond, which is within the purview, and I have, the 14 days has run and I have not heard any response. The topic that I filed the record request on was AB 1840. And the way that the information was presented or not presented at board meetings in the spring, some of which happened in person and some of which happened virtually. And this would not have been necessary if the district were providing accurate and adequate and transparent public information about the fiscal situation of the district, about the timing of documents that you have received. And it's an ongoing concern. I'm pleased to say that I think that our new CBO presents a lot more information. I hope that whoever in the district is responsible for bringing these other documents to light will be willing to work with me on it. I'm not interested in making it a problem for the district. I'm interested in making public information public. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Delton. Ms. Floyd, are there more speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mordecai's raised his hand, but it's lowered again. I'll try to reach him. Here he goes. Jim Mordecai.
Welcome, Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, non-agenda items, so I can't talk about seconding Dr. Yee's attention to the foster kids, so I won't say anything about that. I wanted to talk about aspect of bond money, and in 2011, 11 sites, 11 sites were specified. Washington Elementary no longer has that name, but it exists. Roosevelt Middle School, McClymonds High School, Foster Elementary School, Fremont Federation School, Glendale Elementary, Skyline High School, Webster Academy, Child Development Center Replacement, Whittier Elementary School, Sobrani Park Elementary School, and Madison Middle School. Now that was a big pile of money, in 2011, and that was 475 million. 475 million. And how many of these projects weren't done? This is 11 specific authorized projects that didn't get done. So that's the question I have, is how many got done for the 475 million? What was the price that in 2011, and this is 2020? So how much bucks in 9 years? How come you couldn't get 11 specific sites taken care of? Now, I know legalistically, the board could adjust things as it was needed, but you couldn't add things, is my point, because the public didn't get a chance to vote on it. So after
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mordecai. That's your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Floyd, are there more speakers?
Yes, we have an additional speaker, first name David.
David, welcome. David, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yep. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, OUSD community. David Castillo, OUSD parent. I have a specific question, and I hope this is the right time, and I understand that you're not able to answer, but I definitely wanted to raise it regarding a communication that came out a couple of hours ago from the district regarding the recording of online classes. And so my question and concern is twofold. It states that under the new MOU with the district and OEA, that teachers will need to record classes for students that have missed a class so that they can catch up, and that makes sense. But I'm wondering if that includes just the teacher, or if that also includes other students, if their recordings are also included in that section. And then the other piece that I have a question about is a note that family members are prohibited from making audio or video recordings of classes unless we've obtained written permission to do so from the teacher or principal. And my concern there is that it feels like this needs to be better vetted out with a possible like waiver or something that we actually sign with legal language. My specific concern there is that we had a situation a couple of weeks ago in the South Bay in San Jose with a teacher that was on a Zoom call with teachers without a shirt. And students actually did record that so they could have evidence to present to the school. I don't know what happened to that teacher, but I think you're all familiar with that incident. So I just have a lot of questions about this message that came out regarding the recording of online classes. So looking for a lot more clarity. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Ms. Floyd, are there other public speakers?
I believe that's our last speaker.
Okay. So with that, we're going to go back now to measure N, to item N, which is public comments on items A through O. We're going to go back to item N, which is comments from our bargaining units, and then we will go to comments on items A through O. So are there representatives from bargaining units who would like to speak at this time?
Vice President Gonzalez, I see Mr. Keith Brown from the OEA.
Great. Mr. Brown, would you like to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, directors, superintendent, and staff. I'm Keith Brown, president of the Oakland Education Association and a teacher at Bret Harte Middle School. Also would like to welcome our student directors, Jessica Ramos and Samantha Powell. And if the student directors are still here or listening, your teachers and educators are very grateful for your leadership. We know that this is a challenging year beginning in crisis distance learning, and we're also in the center of multiple crises, a crisis of health, crisis of economy, racism, and the environment. And the youth has always been in the center of activism to make our world a better place. Oakland youth are and have been leading the fight for racial and social justice, the movement of Black lives, and climate change. And also, I'm just reflecting that it's inexcusable that we live in a society where our schools and communities aren't provided with the needed infrastructure to have a quality education, to have access to healthcare and housing and quality employment. We live in a society where Jeff Bezos makes $35 million every day during this pandemic, while Oakland educators had to spend the entire summer negotiating with the district for things such as PPE, technology, and other resources that should be provided for our students without question. Our students deserve better, and we must do better collectively. I want to thank the Black Organizing Project. Hearing just the safety plan in the superintendent's report. Oakland educators are ready to partner with the Black Organizing Project to reimagine student well-being through community-centered safety and wellness. And we must take the work of making OUSD a Black sanctuary district seriously. The OEA, we look forward to negotiating for the common good of our students to come to some agreements around Black sanctuary reparations for Black students. This summer, on July 31st, our OEA negotiating team presented to the superintendent our Black sanctuary proposal. I would like to recognize some of our educators, Jaja Intera, Kahende Salter, and Kapala Tays Ransford, for their work on this needed proposal that was created through a partnership with the Justice for Oakland Students Black Working Group and the Black Organizing Project. We acknowledge that the long-term harm racism has caused generations of Black families in our Oakland schools, and we need a commitment to a resource community-driven plan that raises the bar of how our district serve Black students and families. A plan that will provide the resources and support the elimination of racist disciplinary practices targeting Black children and the disproportionate expulsions and suspensions of our Black students. Also, the sanctuary language calls on a moratorium on school closures and co-locations that harm our Black students and calls for an investment in schools that serve Black students. And before I end, what was normal and status quo pre-COVID is unacceptable now. We must do better for our students and communities, and also aggressively work from now to November to pass Proposition 15, Schools and Communities First. I see that my time is up, but I'm looking forward to taking on these fights for this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I don't know, are there representatives from SEIU 10-1 or AFSCME or the building trades or any of our other bargaining units? Okay, if not, let's go to item O, which is the public comments on agenda items A through N. Ms. Floyd, are there public speakers?
Yes, we have several speakers. Patrick Misak.
Great.
Hi, my name is Patrick Messick. I'm a science teacher at Life Academy, one of Oakland's many segregated schools. I have great trust in Jessica Black and BOP, but I'm troubled by superintendent's framing and the board remarks regarding the George Floyd Amendment. The goal of the plan cannot be to work slow and to push back deadlines. This language is all too familiar. We need not be reminded, justice delayed is justice denied. We don't need another conversation. We don't need another focus group or report. The research is clear. Cops don't keep Black and brown bodies safe. We need cops off campus. I'm hearing that our work is unprecedented, that there are no models for schools that don't police and incarcerate children. This can't be said in good faith. We know how our education system values white lives. Finally, Dr. Johnson Trammell, I've contacted you many times asking how I can find out more information about our inter-district and intra-district desegregation plan and still haven't heard back. Please get back to me or tell me who I need to talk to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Floyd, are there additional
speakers? Yes, next speaker is Carol Delton.
I'd like to support the previous speaker and also speak on a different part of the superintendent's report, and that is enrollment. I was going to speak about just how cursory the information provided in the documentation on enrollment was. I was glad to find out that there was more information provided to the board members, and I think the public would appreciate that as well. I found it very confusing to have enrollment up in several grades that were specifically listed, but down overall. And I'm generally concerned that the board that a couple of years ago had a very clear focus on sustaining and supporting enrollment as the main generator of the LCFF funds, that seems to have gone a bit by the wayside. We didn't hear tonight, for example, whether the enrollment office has cleared its backlog. We didn't hear whether the enrollment office is providing interpretation to the families that need it. And this is a great concern because while quality may attract enrollment, difficulty with logistics will cause people to turn away, whether they turn away because somebody else answered their phone call first, or whether they turn away because their school was moved and it's harder for them to get there. So please refocus on supporting and sustaining enrollment in OUSD district schools. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Ms. Olabala?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I first want to speak to legal matters. The Brown Act says that you have to report out decisions made during legal matters. But what you do is give a decision was made and you give a number and you don't give any details. I know in city council, they report out the case, what was involved in the case, and the amount of money that was allocated if that's the case. There's no transparency on how you deal with legal matters. When you give a bunch of numbers and you say we settled or we didn't settle, that's not appropriate, and we need to change this. Tell me how much money was involved in a settlement and what the settlement was about. The President's report dealt with how 50% of local businesses were involved in the projects and 25% small local businesses, but you don't deal with an issue that's going on in this city, and that's that African Americans are not included in construction jobs, and African American contractors are not included in construction jobs. So if you want to do something for us as a people, find out if we are included, insist that we are included. the superintendent's report. It's good that you break down the attendance by groups, but I need to know who are in a group by race or the unhoused community, and who by race or the foster youth. If my intention, because you're not doing, is to keep up with every aspect of what's happening to Black youth in the OUSD, I need to see those numbers. So I hope in the future you have a breakdown of the unhoused and foster youth by race, because right now, African Americans are 70% of the homeless in Oakland.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai?
Great, thank you. I would like to pick up what was spoken before in terms of an executive session. If you have a decision made, you got to have a vote, and you got to be able so that we can know who we're going to vote for in the next election and hold the school board members who are in secret session accountable. So it's an accountability issue that you have to if you make a decision and you don't take a vote, you can't make that decision. That's not a decision. That's just hiding. So stop hiding and record the vote that takes place in executive session. Glendale superintendent has a experiment where she is bringing into empty schools students that need support, that 25% that don't have the hotspot or the right, even if they have the technology, they don't have the support. Now, the people that are supporting them are not the teachers, because the teachers are teaching them by distant learning. But the folks that she brings in are not teachers, but they're given support. We got to think outside the box. And you got to think about how you could provide the support of the empty space. And she also spaced out the desk and everything, and everybody does, everything they can to fight the virus. And they do it in a lower amount of students. So I think take a look at Glendale superintendent's experiment and see how you can apply something that's working someplace else. I'm not unappreciative, but I think that the community is impacted by the virus, and we have fallen down in not recruiting everybody, including the Bishop of Oakland, the Catholic schools, the other schools.
Mr. Mordecai, your time has elapsed.
Thank
you for your comments. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker?
Vice President Gonzalez, that was our last speaker.
Okay, great. With that, let's move on to item P, which is adoption of the general consent report.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. I'm back. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report with the items that were pulled earlier? I believe those were, we talked about them earlier. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Are there any public comments on the first general consent report?
Yes, we have one, Asala Olabala.
Thank you.
Items P6 through P19 all involve after-school programs. The way the contracts are written up, they reference on-site after-school programs for which they will have improved academics, family literacy. They say that they will service the children a minimum of 15 hours per week, 170 to 180 days during the school year. There will be tutoring and a number of other components, including family literacy, and as well as food, meal, and beverages. Someone spoke to the need to have a complete plan. These are not going to be implemented the way the contracts. These are on-site contracts for which there's been no adjustments to virtual accommodations for these students. You can't sign these contracts like this. So what are you going to do? Are you going to rubber stamp? Some of the items here are programs for which they have already been implemented. For instance, you had a summer program that's over with, that you had kids working 80 hours a week. And it's the landscaping program. And now you're getting ready to approve it. We don't want to do anything like this again, please. You have the hiring of instructors, new hires. And with the new hires, you have out of 39 new hires, 25 of them are for teaching English to English language learners. I wish we would spend a little bit more time on balancing out the needs for the children. We do need English language learners assistance, but we need tutors, especially for Black children. Let's have some fairness in how we implement and do the business of this school district, please.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai, we just heard you a minute ago. Can you unmute yourself, please?
I no longer see his hand raised, President London.
All right, can we call the roll, please? Is that it for public comment?
I had comments.
Oh, that's right. You had some questions, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yeah, and I feel like it.
Go ahead. Let's use the timer, please.
2 minutes is fine. It's interesting to kind of dovetail after the OEA comments about a Black sanctuary district, and being someone who has represented a Black, predominantly Black district. And so when I look at the SPSA plans, and I've read them, for a number of years, and I keep going back to this idea of better analysis. There's strategies that are always kind of put into these plans. And so, I just was puzzled at a number that said negative 158 points away from proficiency. And so, I take serious when, the union representatives who represent adults in our system are talking about a Black sanctuary system or talking about systemic racism and how are we really going to interrupt and adjust this? And is the SBSA plan a method for doing that? It shows money there. It shows that, the SSEs and Title I dollars are something that actually families and parents can control and dictate. And yet, our SSEs sometimes in our neighborhood are not that effective and are not utilized very well. So, I'm at a place where it's like, we're gonna get a learning continuity plan in September. We can look at disaggregated data, but my question becomes, when is accountability for adult behavior going to be something that this board says we take it very seriously? That we can't, the status quo piece of, protecting adults inside the system for me is just, I don't feel like we can do it any longer. I think we need to really know how our children in the midst of this. And if they're 3 grade levels behind when this SPSA was done in March, and then you're readapting it, and maybe these are the kids you haven't seen or won't see, you have 81 schools. And so I just, Godspeed. And at the same time, I just really feel like at the learning continuity plan, all these other things, can we just get a better understanding of how a principal at a school is going to be held accountable around this work? Thanks. And I'm going to vote for them, but I don't know. I'm going to vote for them, yes, because they have to be done and it's a compliance thing. But I just would like to see people held accountable to this work.
Are you wanting a response right now, Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes, I would appreciate it. And again, I'm saying in a tone, and it's not to be necessarily gotcha. I'm sure you guys don't sleep very well at night around these same questions. But I'm just like, where are we in an opportune moment with COVID, with one-time dollars, I don't know, a union's,
Okay, so
better? Is it like, what's going to be the thing that shifts?
Superintendent, are you able to offer any thoughts?
I'd prefer to give that some thought so I can actually offer a thoughtful response. And I understand the sentiment of the comments, but I'd like to be able to provide a thoughtful response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt the first general consent report, minus the school plans for student achievement for Fremont High and Edna Brewer Middle School. Student Director Ramos, absent. Student Director Powell, absent. Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Actually, no.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Torres,
You need to unmute yourself, Director Torres. We can't hear you. Director Torres, we can't hear you. Why don't you continue, Mr. Rakestraw?
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez, Vice President Gonzalez,
I guess she stepped away.
President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're going to go now to the second consent report. This is the construction, it's P1. And do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Yee. Do we have public comment on the general consent report for measures B and J, general obligation bonds?
Yes, we have two speakers. The first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
I unmuted myself, but the previous time,
Go ahead,
there was
me.
no
Go ahead.
opportunity to unmute, and I was asked to unmute. So anyhow, thank you. Measure J is sort of what I've been focusing on and what's appropriate to spend it on. And what is not appropriate is the what do they call that? Facilities planning and management, facilities plan. So you spent Measure J money on MK Think, which wrote the plan. You didn't write it in-house. Thousands and thousands of dollars, multiple numbers of plans, and you were 5 years late. They should have started, because you're supposed to do it every 5 years, but you didn't do that. And then it came up with this huge amount of money, which is accurate. And that's why I'm supporting the bond issue, is because the students need an environment that says we're not poor, we're not the underclass. And if we don't, property owners are lucky enough to have property, don't invest in the future, well, that's a sad state of affairs. So I would hope that everybody would, but I also would hope that you understand I'm trying to organize a lawsuit that will freeze the money once it passes if you don't spend it like you promised. So if you have a list of projects, which you do have, and you don't spend the money on the projects, a future school board is going to get their butt kicked. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Excuse me. Did you just approve a number of items in the consent agenda. I know you're not going to answer. I'm talking to myself. Based on the fact that the contracts had no specification of virtual learning, the contracts addressed on-site accommodations, and nobody spoke to, we need a concrete plan, like a board member says, that deals with the covert issues.
Ms. Olabala, we're now on the items related to.
I know what you're on, and I usually speak to what you're on, but it is a disservice to the school district to rubber stamp items when they are not appropriately prepared to accommodate children. So I'm going off. I usually stay on the agenda items, but this is not fair to children to just rubber stamp things, even some things that the programs are over with, done, and you approving them tonight. This is not the way to take care of the business. And I'll shut up and get out of here because I'd like to stay on the agenda, but it's insulting to say in one breath, we need concrete plans, and at the same time, to avoid the issue that the services that you're providing to children are being presented as if they're going to be at the school sites, and they're not.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the general consent report to adopt P1, Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge. Director Hinton Hodge. Okay. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item is item P2. This is a contract with Girls Inc. Director Torres, did you want to say anything at this point?
Yes, I am still a board of director with Girls Inc. of Alameda County, and therefore I cannot vote on this item, and I will recuse myself.
Thank you. And if you could, great. Okay, she's stepping away. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have one, Asada Olabala.
Yes, now here we go again. This is Girls Inc., $88,558 program that will have 15 hours a week until 6 o'clock daily, 170 to 180 days during the 2020-21 school year. There'll be tutoring, family literacy services, meals served, maintain clean, safe, and secure environment. The school site on the contract is West Oakland Middle School. Oh. So how are we doing this contract? Where's the concrete plan? Not saying this is something good, but let's do it correct. How are you going to virtually accommodate all the things that are in this contract? That's the question somebody should be answering before you say, yes, I approve $88,558. We can't do business like this. Please ask the question, how can we virtually accommodate after school programs?
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
On the adoption of the third and final general consent report, Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres is recused. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, and I'm sorry, this is out of form and out of order, but Ms. Asada, we actually did ask this question a month ago, and there is a virtual plan for after-school providers. It may be in the back side of the contracts where it's a little bit more detailed, but we did ask this question a month ago. And if you can recall, Director Harris wouldn't vote on the last batch that we had until that question was answered. So it's been answered. We should probably make it public for people.
And your vote on this was yes, correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Director Ng?
Yes.
And Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
Motion adopted.
Thank you. We have no public hearings tonight and no unfinished business. So at this point, we're going to go to item T1 under new business. This is 201585. It's an academic update from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence around the systemic instructional review for our school district. I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent to introduce the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board President London. At this time, I am actually going to turn this item over to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sandra Aguilera, who's going to provide some context before our speakers go over defining what the systemic instructional review support and upcoming partnership will look like. Dr. Aguilera.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to describe the context for which we have a partnership with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. This context includes the connection between our OUSD local control and accountability plan, so our LCAP, and how we performed on the California dashboard or the state and local assessments, metrics on student achievement and social emotional learning. When the local control funding formula and the LCAP began in 2013, there were no assessments required initially, and now we have data for the past few years. Similar districts participating in this level of assistance are Salinas Union High School District, Mount Diablo Unified School District, and Sacramento City Unified School District, while others participate in what's called differentiated assistance from the county or from their counties. With our LCAP and California dashboard data in mind, we qualify for additional state and county support because we have not met the criteria established by state law or the California dashboard for 3 or more student groups in 3 out of 4 consecutive school years. The support we are receiving is based on our most recent data, so spring of 2018. For us, we have not met or are red for 3 out of 4 years for African American students, English learners, and students experiencing homelessness. The benefits we want to experience through this partnership is to be provided additional perspectives on our instructional strategies and systems, a focus on how to build capacity and sustain effective instructional systems, ensure our actions are focused on improving instruction and student outcomes, and specifically the steps to implement those strategies. So here with us this evening from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence is the team that will be assisting us. And to kick us off, I'll pass it over to Thomas Armelino, the Executive Director for CCEE.
Yes, thank you, and good evening. Good evening, Board President London, Directors, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, and the OSUSD community. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I know you are very far behind your agenda, so I'm going to go ahead and speak pretty quickly and introduce some of our team, provide a little bit of context beyond the context that you just heard, and then we'll walk you through a little bit of why we're here tonight too. So if we can have the next slide, please. So I'm Tom Armelino. I'm the Executive Director of the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. You'll hear a little bit tonight from Dr. Chelsea Kang-Smith, who's leading this work that we're working specifically with the Alameda County Office of Ed. Other members of our team is Dr. Hector Rico, Rocio Gonzalez Fausto, Stephen Stilling Mitchell, some of our professional experts. We're very fortunate that we get to work with various folks, and we try to make sure that those folks, those experts, have expertise in the areas, in particular where the district have student groups who are struggling. So we're fortunate to have Susan Tanberg, Nadi Rosa, and Nick Mize as part of our team. Next slide, please. So you've probably heard of the state system of support. Our state system of support is really built around various agencies working together collaboratively to try to make sure that they can support an LEA. In particular, the LEA's direct support really comes mostly from their county office of education, but there are other agencies such as our agency and the California Department of Ed, as well as additional county offices and other leads in the state who are really intended to be able to have some specific strategies and resources to really be able to work collectively at the local level to support the work of the district, and in particular through the County Office of Education. Before I kind of move this on to the next piece, what I wanted to share is that you won't see it specifically in this slide, but we'll make sure that we are able to provide you copies of Education Code 52072. And so Education 52072 speaks specifically to the introduction that talked a little bit about the data that the district qualifies them for this additional resource and help. What you won't see specifically in the slides is, because we're going to focus pretty heavily on where we see this work is really trying to work collectively to really help the district, again, through the county office and trying to support their efforts and providing resources. You'll hear a little bit about that tonight. But what's additionally in that ed code is specifically that we have a responsibility to both help provide advice and assistance, but we also have to make a recommendation at some point to the California Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond. And in particular, what this ed code speaks to is that there are two indicators that will help us in that recommendation. One will be the work that we're doing that you'll hear about tonight. We're really trying to kind of dig in and really try to help determine where the district is having success and where they're having some struggles, and trying to then help learn from those successes and then figure out how we can support, again, with the county office, the district, with those areas where they might be struggling. In addition, when we have dashboard data again, which as we know, right, we won't have for this past year, that data will continue to tell us how those student groups are doing. If that data continues to show that the district is in red, or if in our work with the district, we find that the district is continuing to struggle to meet the needs of these students, then we have an obligation to make a recommendation to the state superintendent for the state superintendent to use their authority to be able to go into the district and do some further work with the district. So specifically, some examples of what the state superintendent, if that decision was made, would be the state superintendent has the ability to make changes to the local control and accountability plan by the governing board of the district. They also can develop and impose budget revisions that are specific to the academic needs of these students. They also can stay or rescind some specific actions that are required, but they cannot be within the local collective bargaining agreement. So it doesn't supersede that, and as well as appoint an academic trustee. So those are some things that are listed specifically in that ed code. And I think it's just important for folks to recognize that. Why we're not spending a lot of time on that tonight is because we really see our role is not just coming in and doing the evaluation of the district and leaving. We really feel like in particular, our role is to kind of work again with the county office, with the district, and figure out, as we determine where they're struggling or where they're doing well, how we can support them and help them, with a goal of really being able to see success with these students. And that determination that we're being asked to make based on that ed code would be somewhere down the line. It isn't something where we come in, do an evaluation, we make a recommendation and leave. So you'll hear a little bit more about that work. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and then turn it over to your Alameda Superintendent of Schools, Karen Monroe, and she'll speak a little bit about their work. Next slide.
Good evening, President London. Good evening, directors and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. I'll be sharing just a couple of slides with you this evening, and Dr. Ingrid Linus Roberson will be joining me to walk you through them. But I really wanted to make sure as we introduce the work that we have been doing and continue to do with OUSD that you are really aware of how closely we are partnering with CCEE and others as we look at providing support to OUSD. What's extremely important to me is that this is not another onerous deliverable for the district, but that it's truly support, and support in a way that is going to actually improve outcomes for students in the district and elevate the work that has been going on and add to that. So I'm going to ask Dr. Linus Roberson to walk through the particulars, and then I'll wrap up.
Great, thank you, County Superintendent. And so our process, ACOE provided expertise. We had a team of academic experts in district and school improvement, English language arts, math, science, and data analytics. Over the 2018 year, over several months, we had an opportunity to meet with an academic team to review policies, programs, and practices to really achieve educational equity. This involved doing a comprehensive data review, looking at the dashboard data, looking at the local data at OUSD. You actually have an incredible data team there and a lot of local data to mine. Looking at strategic plans such as the Local Control Accountability Plan, your EL Master Plan, and many other strategic plans that are there. And looking just kind of really, what is this continuous improvement model and theory of action for OUSD? What this resulted in after meeting together over several months was two main recommendations from Alameda County office, which was to have one, a clear instructional focus. The idea being here, a clear unifying focus that translated into implementation such as aligned foundational professional development that would be for all teachers. So rather than having many desperate different programs, having an actual set of focus, a set of goals that would transcend and build an actual systems. We also recommended clear communication to all, and engaging communication that could communicate what OUSD's instructional focus is, their plan, and the measures. And so we were really pleased to see that OUSD on the academic side produced in July 2019, OUSD's instructional focus plan that has 5 goals, measures, and is monitoring its implementation. And we've been looking at that progress over the last couple of years since the differentiated assistance process began. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Linus Roberson. We could have the next slide, please. And I think, I believe, Dr. Roberson, did you cover the content on this slide as well in your remarks?
Our underlying tool that is used among many different counties across the 58 counties is the SESESA Local Education Assessment Self-Assessment Tool. So it's a district self-assessment tool. And these are the 6 areas that we conduct our inquiry around. OUSD academic leadership chose to focus on teaching, learning, and assessment. And we were in complete agreement with that focus.
Thank you. So you can see from this tool and the remarks of Dr. Linus Roberson that this is a comprehensive review through differentiated assistance and an even deeper dive with the with CCEE. And so in this, our goal is really to, first of all, listen well to what is going on in Oakland, actually really look at the needs of students, just as we've been able over time to look at the fiscal needs of the districts, really looking at the needs of students and figuring out how to elevate and support the needs for the students who have who are in need of the greatest number of supports. So it's my honor to be able to work in this way as being part of the Oakland community, and I'm grateful for CCE and the ways in which they're partnering with the district and bringing resources. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Armolino.
Thank you, Superintendent Moreau. I think I'll take over. This is
Dr.
Yeah.
Chen.
Thank you. Alameda County Office of Education has been a strong partner in the California system of support in providing partnership and support with Oakland Unified School District. So far, we've shared with you the partners in the system of support. I want to share with you a little bit of background with CCEE. In 2015, state legislation established CCEE as an organization to advise and assist school districts, county offices, and charter schools to improve the quality of education with the birth of LCFF. CCEE is a state agency that's part of the California system of support in helping districts to address chronic and complex instructional needs and meet LCAP goals. Now for this year, it's the learning continuity and attendance plan, as well as assist in resources within the system of support and engaging in progress monitoring and cycles of improvement, very similar to the differentiated assistance work. CCEE, Systemic Instructional Review, or SIR support, and what we'll do is today we'll share components of the SIR process and timeline as well. Next slide, please. Last December, with the release of the California Schools Dashboard, Education Codes 52064.5, 52052, and 52072 provided criteria for receiving CCEE support. And the criteria is if the school district has 3 or more student groups not meeting performance in the LCFF state priority areas in 3 out of 4 consecutive school years. EDCO states that CCEE provide advice and assistance to districts in collaboration with the County Office of Education, where the systemic instructional review and differentiated assistance support come together to assist the school district around instruction. We will be providing ongoing progress on implementation of recommendations to the state superintendent as well under the EDCO 52072. Next slide, please. Oakland qualifies for assistance under 3 student groups: English learners, which makes up 32.8% of the student population and looking at 2019 data; homeless students, 2.1%, and African American students, 24.5%, totaling affecting students population-wise of over 59.4% for the past 3 testing school year. Next slide, please. In providing district assistance, CCEE conducts a systemic instructional review, which is a pre-kinder to 12th grade comprehensive instructional assessment of academic and social-emotional of district strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, looking at 12 instructional components to an effective instructional systems that successfully meet the needs of all student learners. The SIR process and report produced from the SIR is individualized to the needs of the district. The 12 instructional components are based on studies and work from New York State Department of Education, as well as Massachusetts Department. Please know that we updated our 12 instructional components with distance learning, learning continuity, and attendance plan and LCAP in mind. These 12 instructional components include curriculum, instruction, culture, data assessment, social emotional, school-based instructional leadership team, coaching and leadership capacity, student and family engagement, as well as governance support with instruction. Next slide, please. CCEE's SIR kickoff planning meeting for Oakland was on March 5th, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic school closure, which involved Alameda County Office of Ed, CCEE team, as well as Oakland's team coming together to review the SIR process. And much have changed, I believe, with the school closure, and shifts and things have been made throughout the SIR process as well. An important part of the SIR process is to gather various data to assist in analysis of the 12 instructional components. We triangulate these data for accuracy in our analysis. We were able to begin empathy interviews pre-COVID-19 school closure with central office staff, and then during the summer with the board members. And so far, we've also reviewed available documents such as LCAP and instructional plans that we were able to access, as well as student data. But we still have data gathering and analysis to do, such as focus group interviews of stakeholders participating in various district meetings, as well as community convenings, instructional crosswalk. I know these will be virtually, and observations as well as surveys. Next slide, please. With the systemic instructional review report, we take an asset-based approach in our SIR report where strengths and bright spots are leveraged. SIR report includes a comprehensive strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis of all 12 SIR instructional components. And CCE engages with the Oakland Unified School District, as well as Alameda County Office of Education for feedback through the first and second draft writing process of the SIR report. And again, we try our best to triangulate our data for accuracy and get feedback as we're finalizing the report. With the SIR recommendations, CCE will work collaboratively with Oakland Unified School District and Alameda County Office of Education to develop an action plan for progress monitoring to meet the needs of all learners. Next slide, please. SIR's general timeline includes finishing up with data gathering and analysis, with the projection of the first draft of the SIR report in November, as well as getting feedback from first and second draft so that the final SIR report is completed prior to the winter break in December. Next slide, please. And then what occurs after the SIR report? CCE, unlike any other agencies, we stay on. CCE stays on to engage with Oakland Unified School District and Alameda County Office of Education to identify priorities from the SIR recommendations and develop action plan, as well as provide ongoing support needed for the identified priorities. Also, we will provide ongoing progress monitoring with the district, the county, CDE, and the State Board of Education. And also, CCE will support in determining a communication plan with the district and the Alameda County Office of Education. Next slide, please. I want to thank the board for participating in the SIR process and the empathy interviews, and to Alameda County of Education's partnership. And special thank you to Sandra and Superintendent Kyla and Oakland staff for their care, dedication, and passion for the students in Oakland Unified School District. Thank you. And we do have our CCE team present to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much to our friends from Alameda County Office of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for them?
I have no questions. I appreciate the report, appreciate the opportunity to participate in the empathy interview. And so when I saw that on the calendar, what is this? What am I supposed to say? But, you know, I was able to share at least my perspective on how things are going And so it's nice to get this level of update and just have a context for the body of work and how it will show up. But appreciate the effort and thank you for helping us understand who we are a little bit better.
Anybody else? Director Hinton Hodge.
I don't know how organized these questions are, but just in terms of thinking about the differentiated assistance, I'm in the first speaker, the executive director, I believe, he spoke to allowing us some degree of like flexibility, I guess once the status report comes out in some kind of way. But this I'm sorry, I'm thinking a little bit about the barriers here. And I'm thinking about our system, right? And so how, this is to Dr. Aguilera and the superintendent, how are we going to get around us not necessarily having a differentiated autonomous system, right? So everything is kind of based in just inside the site. And so I'm just wondering, and this is always back to my board colleagues around really looking at an amendment to site-based control that might be a potential barrier for us to kind of do some of the deeper work that this report obviously says that we've known for a few decades, right? Black students, homeless students, English language learners, right? That's not new news to us. And so I'm just, and I don't know you all well enough to know, I mean, there's 12 areas. I'm just, the opportunity to go deep. I mean, it's going to be very intense kind of work. And so I guess I want us to look at what are the barriers that might get in the way for us. And are we going to take the support, whatever resources come with this to kind of like lean in but again, think about our barriers. I mean, be it a contract with collective bargaining or whoever. So anyway, so this is not, I don't know if there's a full thought, a little bit of questioning on like what may need to shift inside of our own system in order to really do this work that's more systemic problematic. Cause I think we all like, oh yeah, we want to do this change work and we have really good PowerPoints on it all. But like when you get on the ground, it looks really, really different. And how we talk to parents about this body of work, I think is going to be really, really critical. And again, the perfect opportunity with COVID and a lot of the shifts. So I think I would have more questions maybe when you come back about, really your expertise in working with Black children and strategies around Black children and kind of what that looks like. Because as a state, we're not doing well by Black children. So I'm kind of curious how your accountability system or strategies are going to really support us to do something different. So thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to offer comments, questions? Director Yee.
Thank you. And it was also great being in the empathy interview. I feel like one of the comments that I made was, I'm really interested in how LCFF, which is the generating initiative that sponsored CCE, isn't that correct? It was basically LCFF and LCAP, generated an entire communication system around PSACs and advisory commissions and systems of communication that are established by legislation. And I think we have a pretty robust system here in Oakland. And I wanted to know if have you been in contact with him? And do you agree with me that we have a robust system that is a good test of whether LCAP, LCFF, and in fact CCEE can produce or help us engage in a more thoughtful and data-driven way with our community? Because having participated in the last year and a half with the new LCAP and LCFF, I've come to the place where the same persistent achievement gaps and opportunity gaps are predictably evident year after year. And the connection between the impact of investments generated by LCFF and LCAP and the results in the 3 subgroups that you're mentioning, it's I apologize for being somewhat skeptical that your support will be able to turn around those numbers in 1, 2, 3, 5 years, but rather I would like to see if you can turn around the way we communicate the dilemmas of student achievement and student performance in schools with our community. So do you have a comment about that, about our community engagement systems?
If you look at our 12 components, one is the students and family engagement that gets at the community portion of what we're trying to look further into. And another part of our 12 components is the governance support, where we recognize that in order to have systems change, we have to have the governing board also support that as well. What I like to share with you is that from your question of having really good best practices, there are strengths in Oakland Unified that definitely would benefit the district and I believe California as well as United States as a whole in public education to be able to replicate and scale out. So it's that scalability, I think that that we need to get better at and that everyone is trying to get better at. But yes, you're right in that you do have strong best practices and programs happening in Oakland Unified.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments? I guess I'm still, I want to thank you all for your work and for your attention. And I guess you don't know yet what the deliverable will be because you have to do the work, but it's just still not clear to me, you know, what exactly is it that we're going to get out of this? Are we going to get a series of professional development activities? Are we going to get recommendations on how we can be restructuring the way we do certain things? You know, I would like to understand better what's in it, not for me, but for the students. And also I would like to think about how we can simplify the language. This was a very dense presentation. There was quite a lot of jargon and acronyms in there. And I'll confess that I am concerned about how we would communicate this with parents who do not have the time or background that we do to go deep with this. So at the risk of being a little bit critical, I'm going to be a little bit critical about that aspect of it and really trying to understand like what's in it for me, what's the elevator pitch, because I still don't get that.
Chelsea, let me see if I can help a little bit. And thank you for your question and thank you for your feedback. Feedback's really helpful. I think we often forget in education when we get carried away with our acronyms and, you know, and I think we can always get better at that and we will. I think the easiest piece to think about, right, is you have an external organization who's going to come in and take a look at what you're doing, right, and is going to interview and looking at all these various elements that we know that those pieces have to work together systemically across the district in order to see success. And in particular, why is it that those are not meeting the needs of the students that have been identified in your dashboard? So part of our goal is to kind of shine a light on that and really help you tell you what we see, right? Because what we know is when you're in the system, you only see what, you know, what you've always seen, right? So the part of our role is to be able to really come in and have our experts come in and really take a deep dive and tell you what we see, as well as the county office has been working with your district. They have a lot of input. They've been doing some work with the district for many years and to try to really take a look at, you know, what have they been doing and what options or ideas and thoughts do they have? Where do they feel like there's been some successes? And then collectively, we present that information to the district as a group and say, this is what we're seeing. right? And here's some areas we see, I think, to the Director Yee's question too. We specifically do try to find examples where we see good work. And we can tell you in early on in our work, and it's too early right now to address that because we haven't completed this, sir, right? We've seen some really good practices, right? And so in particular, part of it is we want to look and say, okay, how do we maximize some of what we've seen there and use those in other areas, right? In order to be able to try to have some support. But based on that information, we then work collectively with the county office and the district to really think about what are some strategies, what ideas do we have to go ahead and address that work. The work is the district's work. This is your district, right? You have a superintendent, you have a folks, it's really their responsibility, right? When you mention professional development, whatever, we don't say you have to have this professional development. We point out where those areas are and we make recommendations as to where we feel like you should focus your efforts. We help develop timelines, right? We help kind of unpack this information, but collectively we work together and the district has to own that work. And then we stay, we don't just leave, we stay and we work with the county office and the district to see what we can do to help implement, including bringing some resources to the table. And then we continue to monitor and adjust and what's working, did that work and did not that work. And we continue to stay the course and until, and then we come back at some point here, probably within the next 2 years, and we do the review again. And we say, okay, so this is what we saw last time. This is what we talked about implementing. This is the strategies. We've adjusted them. We've been moving forward. How are we doing now? As well as we look at the dashboard data in particular for those students. And do we see growth? Do we see change? So hopefully that helps a little bit with your question.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing that I would say is that, you know, you all were here. I think you were hanging out in the waiting room while we had the, business before, and you've heard a lot of the conversation, and there's been some discussion tonight about, do we operate too many small schools? Do we, is the way that we do our budgeting, could we do our budgeting differently to be more effective and efficient? And, I have 6 more board meetings after this one, not that anyone's counting. And I would hope that the report that you bring forward looks at the whole kit and caboodle of how we could do things better, right? Because I'll be honest, after 12 years, this is not the first time someone has come in. We had Panasonic here for a while. We've had lots of different people come in. So part of my skepticism is what's going to be different this time, right? And whether you all are going to be brave enough as the outside people to tell some hard truths that may need to be told in ways that aren't very popular. So I'll stop there because I don't want to
Director London, could I get in on this, please?
Yeah. So why don't we go to you, Director Torres, and then I see that Director Ng has another question. Go ahead, Director Torres.
So I guess I would say that everything that you said, President London, I agree with in regard to what's coming up for me is just, I haven't been here 12 years, but I imagine if I gave this another 4 years, I would be saying something very similar, which is, what is the point? And the fact that we're asking, what are the deliverables is already scary as hell for me, because looking at the previous items that were approved by school, the school plan for student achievement, there's a lot of very detailed information in there, and 2 very amazing schools in my district, Edna Brewer, that does great work, a very highly regarded principal with amazing restorative justice, which is what we became known for, but then we cut the budget because of Prop 13. But he does magic. And one of the things that's magic there is the PTSA that goes in and engages the school, but they're not able to see that relate to the demographics completely, in that English learner families and probably a lot of Latino families at Edna Brewer don't feel the welcome of the culture, so they don't show up for school events and school programs, after school programs and things. And then at Fremont, another school that's doing amazing work with the student population that it has. students that are new to the country, don't have parents here, work 2 jobs, and still kick butt in their capstone, because I would go there year after year and watch these capstone presentations. So our students are known by our leaders, our teachers, our counselors. And so to bring outside people, to me, is always quite the opposite of what we need. So everybody in our school buildings is doing the best they can with the limited resources and time, and knowing that, for instance, at Fremont, they need somebody they need a staff person who can address these newcomer population that have the 2 jobs, pay their own rent, and they're only 14 and 15. And so trying to stay in school is just a matter of economics. So I find it really concerning to bring outside people with a lot of education speak and PhDs to Oakland Unified when we know what we need. We just don't have the money to give those staff persons and keep more RJ going and counseling and so on. So I'm not very hopeful tonight about this, but it is what it is in education. This is what we do.
You're on mute, President London.
Before we go to you, Director Ng, I know that Superintendent Monroe wanted to offer some comments. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Superintendent Monroe.
Thank you. Just quick comments. I actually think the feedback is very well placed. Certainly as someone who's been a school leader in Oakland, I absolutely know that where the skepticism comes from. And it's something that I'm always pushing on. While not perfect, it's a conversation we continue to have. One of the things that I can say that you have done a really great job of, and it really is also reflected in some of Director Torres's comments about the investment in restorative justice, is the differentiated assistance work around suspensions. Something that we hear over and over again with differentiated assistance, it's not so much that people come in who know something we didn't know or who have tools we've never seen before. It's that it provides time, space, and assistance to look at some persistent problems. That there are so many things that are often needing to be focused on simultaneously, to come in with something like differentiated assistance and looking at the dashboard and say, so you need to focus on your suspension and you're going to get time and resources to do that. So you actually made some improvements in the area of suspension. So there are no student groups in the red any longer around suspension. And in 2018, you had 3 student groups in the red. And I know for a fact that that's something Oakland Unified has intentionally focused on. And one of your main strategies was to increase instructional engagement. I think we're all concerned that as we've settled into a new normal in the pandemic, that we don't want to slip there. But I think that's something that you should celebrate. But the point really is that when you have time, focus, and support to actually spend on what you know needs attention, because you all do know. I mean, you don't need another report to tell you, you know what those areas are, that it actually does elicit results. Thank you.
Let's go to Director Ng.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Monroe, and the teams from both Alameda County Office of Ed and CCEE. I do think that while I appreciate some of my colleagues' feedback around some skepticism, I think it, for me, I welcome the support in terms of really helping offer an outside perspective around opportunities and particularly around the targeted student groups that we know that we are not serving well. And so I guess I'm not sure if you were around during the superintendent's report where we were also looking at enrollment and attendance during this time. But my question really centers around what does this work look like during COVID-19? And of course, there's like longstanding issues that we know. And we also know that the current context is exacerbating all equity gaps. And so there is, some immediate areas where we are also, that was the earlier conversation around having to really double down on outreach and engagement around in terms of just even attendance and enrollment, being able to reach some of our student populations. And then, and we know that as we welcome students back to school, we are going to need to do things differently for these target population. So I wonder if you could speak, if the CCE team could speak to just the current context of how the work exists in terms of just the reality of where we're at right now in COVID-19.
I think at the start of March, when everyone closed down, we've all shifted to Zoom meetings, distance learning. And I do have to commend Oakland's team in that they're partaking in our accelerated learning right now, which is it's led by TNTP, a group of coaching that's involved in how to accelerate student learning, because we know about the learning gap that's in place, but instead of reverting back to doing remedial type of teaching, let's look at ways in which we can accelerate students' learning. So looking at it from the positive stance of what can we do in focused standards, in providing expertise around that for our teachers. So it was great to see Sandra take part in that. And with CCE, we have shifted during, I believe, the biggest shift for us in providing professional development. It was around webinars and some webinars that were more than just one shot, that it was a series of training that involved on how to engage not only teachers, but also administrators on online. So we have shifted toward providing support, and because we're working within system of support and working with county offices that are doing really well in building content on distance learning and providing that free for all districts within California. So we've been, I think, very creative in helping districts, not just Oakland, but statewide. I also want to get back to, what's different between CCE and possibly in the past, because I know a lot of us have lived through that whole, No Child Left Behind accountability system, where accountability was more like compliance, where you would have the check off, you would have to meet in order for you to come out of something. With CCE support, the reason why we stay on and we're tied to the LCFF and also the California system of support is that our belief in continuous improvement. And CCE initially partook in a pilot partnership in which we've worked with district teams in how to provide and assist and work collaboratively and learn from each other districts in getting better. So I think our approach, CCE, the difference is not looking at what we're not doing so well, but looking at what are we doing well, but keeping our eyes fully open to what's not working and getting better at it and utilizing all support within district, along with the county, and throughout the system.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have comments, questions?
Just to clarify, my questions I think were a lot more to staff around the whole differentiated piece, and also our curriculum, because I think your report or your initial findings talks about the inconsistency, and that was like much of our conversation today, where we can kind of point to, we have data that's disaggregated, and so I'm just always curious, how do we level our own playing field And I know Dr. Aguilera, like, I mean, we have been in this for 4 or 5 months now talking about it. And I guess I would be a little bit pushed back that I don't think anyone is an expert in this stuff yet. And in fact, I think our teachers, our parents are going to be the ones that we actually should be spending a lot more time listening to around what works. I'm appreciative of the content that's being built and developed so people don't have to think about that at the same time as they shift their practice. So I do hope that we are equitable in thinking about who kind of holds information and knowledge and is going to share it. So again, asterisk is we don't have consistent curriculum. We're just getting consistent curriculum across the whole Durham district, right? So just knowing that that's going to be a great strategy, and then this differentiated kind of conversation is happening. And for me, always back to resources and the competency of folks that are resourcing us, right? Like designating that out. Some folks get it and can do it, and some folks can't do it. And until we have some accountability around folks who can't do it, I think that we're just going to be, it's a cycle that we end up taking care of adults much more than we are actually young people, because they're hurting, in the midst of all this kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm excited for the work, looking forward to it. I'll probably be on the outside looking in, but great.
Director Yee, before you speak, I'm going to need a motion to extend the meeting until 10:45. Can I get that motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. Can you call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw? I surprised him.
Yes, you did. The motion to extend. Student directors are absent. Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Harris?
No.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go back to you, Director Yee. I would ask us if we could try to wrap this up soon.
Okay, I had the pleasure of being an interim superintendent when the LCFF LCAP rolled out in 2014. And I see the system that's developed now. And I think it's fair to say it's become rather cumbersome and bureaucratic. I don't know if everybody else agrees with me. And with COVID and all that, we now have a slimmed down system. And I think for myself, I'm relieved. And I'm wondering if you could comment as to whether CCEE will be helping us to develop a slimmed down, easy to understand, and directly related to instructional improvement LCAP in the upcoming next 2 or 3 years while you're with us. Like, let's say, having a goal of slimming down the LCAP by 4, like make it a quarter the size it was the last time. Would that be a possibility and a target?
Here's my struggle for you, right? You're asking us to tell you what we're going to do before we've even come in. And
I just want you to do it slimmer.
I understand.
Whatever you do, I want it to be slim and understandable to the community and to board members like us.
Yeah. And so my thought would be there, right? If we, as part of our work, if your LCAP and the size of it and the complexity of it rises to the top as an area that's hindering you from being able to meet the needs of these students, right? Then we'll work with the district to address that issue. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to say we're going to do this or we're going to do that or we're going to attack this until we really know what the data tells us. And I think specifically, and that's really the goal is of our work, and we're trying to be different than other agencies in the past, where we really want to kind of dig in. We're just going to tell you what we see. We're going to tell you what we see, and we're going to tell you where it's going well and where we don't think it's going well, and what some of those concerns might be. And then we'll work collectively with you to try to figure out how to prioritize that and go after that. I totally get where you're coming from, and I understand the complexity of the LCAP. And I think
cumbersome.
I think it piggybacks on a comment one of the other board members made earlier, right, around the community and trying to understand all these pieces, right, and make things less complex. I get it.
Thank you. Can we go now to public comment, please? Ms. Floyd, can you tell us if there's anyone who wants to offer comment on this?
Yes, we have 3 speakers so far. First speaker is David.
Go ahead, we'll give each
Hi.
speaker 2 minutes.
Good evening, board directors, ISD superintendent, and community. So speaking about differentiated assistance here in Oakland, it essentially sounds like academic probation under a couple of different areas. I'm assuming academic areas of math, ELA, graduation rates, A through G rates, attendance, chronic absenteeism, and school discipline for specific subgroups in Oakland, mainly African American, Latino, and special ed. My question is, how can we be more clear about how teaching and learning will change to improve these conditions? How will teacher and leader practice change under these conditions? And how will we use data to measure and monitor impact? We're at a new point now with the current accountability system that we've been talking about, where we're seeing some basic level of accountability, and it's uncomfortable, and it should be uncomfortable because it's right in our face. Under NCLB, this very district and collaborating consultants would actively stand by while schools were closed to create new CDS codes to avoid accountability. So this feels like a dance and kicking the can down the road. I appreciate the presentation. However, going forward, it's got to be brought forward in a much less wonky and much more straightforward language so that the community can understand. Sounds like tonight we were speaking in circles. Most importantly, how will we better support children, primarily our Black, Brown, English language learners, and special education children and their families, not next year or the year after once this work is done, but today, in this very moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Thank you. I'm encouraged when I see a part of the focus group is African Americans, but I'm concerned because I don't see any passion or due diligence around issues that have involved African Americans in OUSD. So I'm not encouraged that just because it's on a piece of paper that it's going to actually happen. I know when I see English language learners that they're going to get help because it's happening. The newcomers, it's happening for them. They're getting the help. We are not. The document that I read related to this item had something very interesting that I've been trying to address. It says that we will be, as a priority, we'll be addressing diverse students. And that included in the document, gifted students. At another point in the document, it says it will meet the needs of all learners. And when they identify who those are, they say gifted students. Now we know for a fact, this district is doing absolutely nothing for gifted children. So my question is, are you now, based on this document that I read today, are going to embrace the gifted children and have them accommodated as they should be? I really thought that it was incorrect to say that this district participated on its own in dealing with the issue of disproportionately high numbers of children, African American boys, who were suspended and expelled. That wasn't a decision, that was a mandate by the government. You were told that you had to do that. You didn't identify that on your own. So I won't give you credit for something that you didn't do. The federal government forced you to do that. And lastly, I love many of the items in here, and I don't have time to say what they are, but they're very good.
Thank you. Okay, do we have more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai, are you there?
Yes, I pushed the mute. Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual and a critic of poverty pimping. So as soon as you go to go to folks and show up and you say you're professional experts. Well, that tells you that you're not. I'm the expert. I'm here. Well, Reagan said, I'm the government and I'm here to help you, and all hell's going to break loose. Well, you know, that's sort of my attitude from having seen this for years and years, is that you know, you're from Sacramento and you're going to parachute in and you say, oh, we'll stick around. Stick around, and if you do what I say. And then we got the good cop, bad cop, and we say 5272 gives us this power where we're going to talk to this important person. You know, we call him Big Daddy. Well, he's the superintendent, and we're going to give him a report. And if you're not nice to us, we'll give a bad report, and you want to have a good report. And that's the whole system. And then you throw testing in, and when you're testing poverty, because we know the correlation has to do with the income of the parents, and especially the education of the mother. So, you know, so what are you going to do about a capitalist system that's punishing people and the occupying troops? What are you going to do about that? You got some, oh, we're going to look at you and tell you whether or not you're meeting our standards. Well, your standards are created the system that we're working in. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay. Anything else? I think I've hit about everything. So you're a useless addition to the problem. Oh, number one, what are you charging? Nobody ever says that. Who's going to pay for this?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. I want to just respect our guests and their professionalism. I think it's fair to have questions, but I don't want to malign people. And I'm gonna just, I asked the same question, Mr. Mordecai, when I had an opportunity to meet with some of these people in advance, and about who's paying for it. And it's my understanding that this is being covered through state funding. Can someone clarify that for me, please? Someone from the CCEE team, can you clarify how your services are being paid for?
That's correct. So our funding comes from, we're funded through the state, and for this work specifically, we're funded. So there's not a cost to the district.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, is there any additional public comment?
No, President London.
Thank you. So to our guests, I do want to thank you. I know we were a little bit animated this evening, but I think we really do appreciate your interest and your ability to assist us. And we look forward to hearing more about your work. As you heard, several of us will probably not be on this Zoom screen or dais, depending on the state of the health emergency, but we will be watching with great interest. So we look forward to that. And thank you for your support and collaboration. Okay. With that, we're going to move on to item T2, which is 201541, an application for provisional internship permit. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Well, okay, Director Hinton Hodge moved, Director Harris second. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one, Asada Olabala.
Go ahead, please.
Madam President, did you approve already item that had to do with the Madison Academy removal and demolition?
Yes, we did approve the facilities consent agenda.
Okay, if you don't mind, that agenda item said that you were going to be removing 9 portables, and if those portables can be made available, be considered for availability for housing of the homeless, because there is a program where they are converting those school portables into living facilities for homeless people. So I don't know what you're going to do with those 9 portables, but I would appreciate if that would be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take that to our facilities department. Usually we lease the portables and we don't own them. And so they would return to the entity from which we leased them. Let's call the roll, please, on this item if there's no more public comment.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
and Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Item T320-1543. This is an application for variable term program waiver for certain school employees. Is there a motion to approve?
I will move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Is there any public comment on this item? Let's call the roll.
There are no public comments on this item.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
The roll call to adopt the item is stated. Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to go to two items that were pulled from the consent agenda. Items P34 and P45. These are the school plan for student achievement for Fremont High School and Edna Brewer Middle School. I suppose we need to take these up as individual items, Mr. Rakestraw, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go to item P35. P34, I don't know which school that is, but if someone could make a motion to put this on the floor, please.
It's Fremont.
Thank you.
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris. I will second. Director Torres, you had a question?
So I just wanted to, this goes back to the previous agenda item with regard to the professional group that's been brought in. And so ultimately, I just wanted to be able to comment on the couple of things that are relevant to both of these items that I pulled, but for Fremont in particular, well, no, both of them, PD is something I've constantly heard is a struggle in this district. And I guess it's probably a struggle in every district, but PD that's relevant is what the phrase is. And I've attended some amazing PD and it's been very poorly attended at times, but PD is something that is mentioned here and being very culturally relevant in schools, and especially a school like Fremont. There isn't a single white student there. So the plan or the what's talked about as far as challenges and root causes, and this is pretty alarming because the dropout rate is 32%, but this is a school with newcomers, African-American students that are disproportionately not performing well. And then the school has a lack of PD around, culturally relevant and equity-based pedagogy. So how can we let 32% dropout rate happen, right? And so they have some pretty aggressive goals, but for instance, the A through G completion is almost 53%. So I'm just concerned about PD and everything still changing in the educational system that addresses white supremacy, that addresses racism, that addresses what would meet students and families where they are. With the next one, it's kind of the same thing. So I'll just finish by saying that the next one, I won't comment again. It's really also about PD, and it's also about how to engage families, because what happens when the students leave the school is that the family has not been engaged adequately by this district that doesn't do the job around the families who are non-English speakers. In this case with Fremont, they don't have a dedicated staff person. So it's hard to break the barrier. It's hard to break that sad number of dropout. 32% is very high. And yet they do a lot without a lot of money. And so So that's all. I just wanted to highlight that because it's like we made this huge investment in this beautiful school, but then we have to actually make the investment what's going inside the school. And I know they do a great job. I sat at their graduation. I saw students, getting their diploma, students who came in with such horrible reading and writing skills at 9th grade, graduating as students who are going to four-year colleges. But still, that dropout rate just threw me for a loop. So that's all I wanted to say and highlight.
Thank you. Did you want a response? Dr. Aguilera, are you, Director Hinton Hodge, did you want to say something?
I just want to add, since you're looking at your data at Fremont, you should also look at the A to G completion rate for African-American students. It's not great.
It's not good.
Dr. Aguilera, did you want to offer some insights here?
Sure. We were just discussing Fremont at length, but to kind of name the supports that they have put into their academic plans, and just wanting to remind the board that these plans are built from or based on how school sites will use their supplemental concentration and title funds. And this is the pre-COVID plan. So the learning continuity and attendance plan will be our response to how we will support students through COVID-19 and school sites through COVID-19. So it is a little bit looking at these separately. These plans were due prior to all of the new information that we have from the state around funding and around the SB 98, which is our new legislation. So just wanting to name that as the context. So Fremont has a dedicated pathway for supporting newcomer students. And so you'll see, you'll also see the Measure N funds that are also utilized for supporting students within that pathway. Additionally, they do receive a staff member per the newly adopted and agreed to OEA contract, which gives them a dedicated person to help support newcomer students. So just wanting to clarify some of the, the things that were raised, and that there are resources that go to supporting this group of students. The rates that you've indicated are not, acceptable, and we will continue to help Fremont and schools like Fremont with lower rates of achievement, both for their A to G completion, as Director Hinton Hodge mentioned, our dropout rates, which have actually improved over the last years. We've presented on those data sets as well. So
yeah, and I know
the urgency, and there are services going towards these particular groups of students that were named.
Yeah, and I know that the one of their challenges is the poverty, and so the students coming as newcomers without families, parents, maybe they live with a brother or an uncle or something, or a friend. The challenge of financially surviving in the Bay Area pulls them away to lead to the dropout rate that's so high. It's not that they don't want to be in school, it's that they end up having to work that 1 or 2 full-time jobs, and then they're up till 2 in the morning, getting home from a job as a waiter. I've met these students, or a busboy or whatever, right? So I'm glad to hear there's an additional staff person, because I know the kids would rather stay in school, but we have to juggle kids that work and go to school and be more accommodating, I guess, and creative. And now we're being forced to be creative with COVID. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai? Mr. Mordecai?
Okay, I was saying I wasn't going to speak to it, but poverty is when you got over 70% of most of your schools in poverty. I get upset about the idea of somebody coming in and you got a whole system. You got an economic system. How do you put a city at 70%, and then people are in other places? They're not in the public schools. So you're competing you're competing to provide services to children that are in poverty, and in situations that I wouldn't be able to survive in. They're survivors. They're even getting to school, and then they don't get the respect because their scores are low. So, and they're not going to get in the college of their choice. It's a whole system that it just, if you're down, you got to kick them down. You got to kick them further down. It's a crazy system that is disgusting. And the part the school board plays is maintaining the economic segregation and not even trying to chip away at it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have one more speaker, Asada Olapala.
Yes, I am being challenged constantly with this issue of newcomers and English learners. The question is for me is this: if African American children are sitting in a classroom and there are students in there who need assistance with learning languages or don't speak English at all, that's a challenge for them to be able to be in that classroom. And how does it work that they have to be able to be in the classroom? And I just don't understand how they are able to meet their goals when they have to wait for other people to learn English. And then there's the issue of dialect. Please understand that it's impossible to be in an environment where you have to wait for other people to be accommodated before you get accommodated. And that's what's happening right now. We're putting so much emphasis on English learners and newcomers, not to say they don't deserve it, but how does the Black child work in a classroom where you have people who don't speak the language and they have to wait for their other people to get accommodated? I don't know how that works. But I think it's a problem for Black kids. And if it is, somebody needs to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers, Ms. Floyd?
No, President London, that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Can you call the roll call, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the motion to adopt the Fremont High School SPSA, Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge? Director Hinton Hodge?
She's stepped away, it looks like.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item, I believe, is item P45. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I will second.
And who was the mover and seconder?
Torres.
It was Torres and London. Director Torres, do you have more questions or can we go right to public comment?
No, we can go to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item?
We have no speakers on this item, President London.
Thank you. Can you call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Ng? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item would be item V, the pupil discipline consent report, but we don't have one tonight. We'll go now to item W, which is regular board member reports. Does anybody have anything they would like to report this evening? Director Ng.
This is just to announce that we will be we're scheduled to have our next Education Partnership Committee meeting on October 5th, Monday, October 5th at 5:30 p.m. There was an announcement to the current committee meetings, committee members, and then also I know that Director Gonzalez, who's not on the committee, had a request for an agendized item. So just wanted to announce that, and that also we're going to outreach to our student directors because we did a bylaw change last year so that they would be able to sit on the committee. And so we will be doing a pre-orientation with them, and we'll invite them to join as well.
Thank you for your leadership there. Director Yee.
I just wanted to share with you, my board colleagues, and to the audience, two books that just hot off the press by two authors who were recently or formerly Oakland Unified School District leaders. One book by Dr. Rochelle Rogers-Ard is entitled Black Educational Leadership, From Silencing to Authenticity. A terrific book by Dr. Ard. And the second one is Identity Safe Classrooms, grades 6 to 12, Pathways to Belonging and Learning. And it's written by a former Oakland Unified principal, Becky Cohen Vargas, and one of our former R&D people, Amy Epstein. And both books are terrific. They're hot off the press. And those people who remember them, look it up on Amazon. You can find the books.
Director Yee, you are very impressive. That was very impressive. Does anybody else have a report this evening? Vice President Gonzalez.
Not a report, just that reminder that we have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting tomorrow night. Folks who are interested in the federal funding that came up tonight, we're going to be talking about that tomorrow night and the plan for how we would disperse that by the deadline in December. So hope to see folks there tomorrow night.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go now to item X, introduction of new legislative matter. We do have an item tonight, 201671. Vice President Gonzalez, I believe you're bringing this item forward.
Yep. Hi, everyone. The last CBOC meeting, my understanding, I was not there. My understanding is that there was a question that came up about whether the enhanced oversight measures that we have adopted for our Citizen Bond Oversight Committee will be applied to Measure Y should it be adopted by voters in November. And because there was confusion about that, this is a piece of legislation intended to be clear, as if it is adopted by the board, that's the intent of the board, that the enhanced oversight measures that we have adopted will apply to Measure Y should it be adopted by voters. And we will take it up next time. Or rather, I think the plan, President London, was to send it to Facilities Committee for discussion and then referral to the board. Is that right?
Yes. Does that work for you, Chair Yee?
Yeah, that's fine. I should just mention as a sidelight, the question came to me as your liaison to the CBOC, whether I would support such a resolution. And I said that I wasn't sure that it, some of it required general counsel review, but I'm glad that Vice President Gonzalez moved it in the appropriate way, because it really didn't need to go to Facilities Committee first. It had to come to the board as the CBOC reports to the board, not the Facilities Committee. Thank you.
All right. So we'll see that back here after it goes to the Facilities Committee. And with that, we have arrived at
President London.
Oh,
We have
yes.
speakers on that item.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
All right. Call the speakers, please.
Asada Olabala.
Yes, the item has within it the document, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And it has been frequently stated that it's offensive to use the word citizen. Resident is being placed in many documents instead of citizen. So I don't know if you want to continue to use citizen because it's considered offensive to the immigrant and undocumented community. The second point is, if we do have a bond oversight committee, will we work very diligently to make it have some presence of being effective? Because tonight we heard statements that almost said that they didn't feel like that Measure G committee was being effective because of lack of support. Lastly, are you or have you already supported Proposition 16, which would appeal Proposition 209? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. I believe that we are required under state law, Proposition 39 from the year 2000, to have a citizen bond oversight committee. The legislation is very specific about the type of committee that we must have. But I do appreciate your comment there. I do not believe that we have taken a position on Prop 16. I appreciate you reminding us of that. I just wanted to offer those two things. Is there any additional public comment, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, Jim Mordecai.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mordecai.
Hey, thank you. I would encourage everybody to vote for Measure Y, which is a bond issue, and we have to distinguish that from a parcel tax. Parcel tax is paid by homeowners, and so is a bond issue, but it's a different weight. You're paying per 100,000 of the value of your home. Of course, you know, in Oakland, there's an awful lot of homes that are $1 million, so that's a lot of 100,000. So, and it's $60, I think, per 100,000. So you're raising money, and that's one of the reasons you got to pass it right now too, because if there's a turnaround in the housing market and values drop, you're going to have additional construction costs. So you know, when the iron's hot, that's time to strike, and this is for a lot of reasons the time to pass the bond issue. But I just add the caveat that it's up to the citizens who are, and especially the ones that are paying the property tax, to hold accountable a future school board to see that they spend it as you think that they're supposed to spend it. And that decision can be decided in court. So I look forward to people voting it in, and I look forward to the future school board making sure it's spent for the appropriate reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. This is not a voting item. This will come back to us at a later date. So with that, we have arrived at item Y, which is adjournment. So I'm going to bid you all good night. Thank you all for staying with us this evening, and we'll see you soon.